Welcome to the puzzle stream. Let's solve some puzzles. We haven't done one of these in quite some time, but since we are in this week-long interregnum that we have between having completed Fire Emblem Engage last week and proceeding on to The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom later this week, let's solve as much as we can. Beginning with this one from Major. And Mario, welcome. You're saying, been a while since this guy did a Mario Maker stream. Yeah, I mean, I've had a lot of busy weekends lately, and that was typically our designated slot for viewer levels, while I was also playing Fire Emblem as my main thing. And so, I did have to scrap a lot of Maker streams along the way, but we're going to catch up as much as we can, and we'll see how we do this. So this is called Fast Flooding Fortress... This is how you can tell I haven't been streaming enough. Fast Flooding Forest. It's marked MTE for Move the Earth. Now this is interesting because, as you may know from about a month ago, I was one of the judges for the Move the Earth puzzle contest, which involved puzzles that had moving environmental parts like rising and falling fluids or wind or, in one case, earthquakes and mechanics like that. There were 8 entries, very diverse, very interesting. And this was not one of them, so Major seems to have prepared a level for the contest that he did not submit, and I have no idea why. We'll see what state this is in. This was last updated back in February, so maybe he just forgot to submit it or just didn't update it to his liking. But there are only 4 solves on it so far, as you can see, and very few plays. So let's add to it and let's treat this as bonus content for Move the Earth. Forest is flooding. Help Mario to escape the mangrove full of puzzles. And I'm going to try to get into the habit of pinning the codes of the levels that I am playing. Just for the purposes of anybody who wants to hop in and try it themselves. So, Fast Flooding Forest, that's certainly what this is. Water level goes up pretty quickly. And quite a few tiles. I mean, I don't know if there's a particular benefit to counting it from this point, but it's quite a bit. And we'll cover 2 screens here, since this is, of course, the main world. And yeah, it goes up pretty quickly in order to let you hit the wall, interestingly enough. We would have to think about how we would even approach the on-off switch. I actually think that... well, it seems like you would probably need a P-switch in order to get through the yellow blocks. But there is a bridge underneath that. I am paying attention to the camera control to see if there's any particular locking that we need to be aware of, or perhaps anywhere that we can go under. But assuming that won't be the case, let's go up here and see what we're in for. Looks very much like we will need to use a trampoline. Notice that if you jump on a trampoline, well, then you're able to place that above the water line by half a tile. You actually can get a little bit of a bounce, but I don't think it actually benefits you at all. When it comes to hopping out of the water, you don't get much height. So, looks like what we do want to do is place it either way and jump out. It tells you that you have a bone shell on the left and a mushroom on the right. Naturally, the thing we would think about is whether it's possible to stomp the blocks with a bone shell, but it requires you to, first of all, toggle the on-off switch. Well, let's see what we do with the mushroom, because I think what we'll need to do is we'll do a spin jump in a way that lands here and keeps on spinning. Now, how can we do that? How can we actually spin jump in this location? Well, we don't know that yet. Notice, though, that there are some blocks that are marked above the vines, indicating to me that... yeah, this is just an item check then, as we might expect. What we should do is take the spring out with us through the door and come back in just to see what happens. because the water goes fast, but there is a bit of a delay. Indicating to me perhaps that we should actually reverse through the door and try to beat this as quickly as possible. And just pop up to the top level and spin jump down immediately, perhaps. And that is it. So yeah, it is going to be slightly execution-oriented, but not very tightly so, at least not so far. And then we should see about getting the bone shell, although noticeably the bone shell is not going to be something that will help you if you are trying to get up top, unless, of course, you spring it on one side. Oh, no, it's not even a bone shell, it's just one mushroom. But if you come through here, then... Oh, okay, so the bone shell actually indicates a subworld. Not a bone shell as such, at least not yet. Unless... Oh, here you go. I wonder what is being controlled here. To... I see, I see. Because, yeah, if you come out of here with the bone shell, you actually can't take a second with you, which is why you are kind of in the subworld through this gate control. Now, interestingly enough, the question should probably then become, how do we get a bone shell through with us? Because right now, you know, we could just as easily have climbed through here. But what we would not be able to do is squeeze through here unless we have taken damage first. And so we should actually think about a damage source. Or something that would allow me to get squished. Now we can head down like this. But none of this is a damage source, and we can't go through that pipe. I'm thinking about how we might potentially fire the shell in a way that would allow me to get hit. Now, because we absolutely can't just jump through this, yeah, possibly there's a way to send a shell floating, perhaps, that will then allow it to hit me. But I'm not clear on that just yet, so we need to take damage somehow. We have access to a trampoline over here. Unless, of course, you hit the on-off switch, and then would you be able to do anything from that point? Probably not. Unless, of course, you had some kind of remote activation on the on-off switch, which I'm not sure if it could be done. However, if you come through here quickly, before the water has had an opportunity to come up. Yeah, notice that we're still in the main world, and that the main world just has this layout be 2 screens high, the water coming through the bottom screen. I'm just wondering about whether there would be something possible, like a shell kick here. Or something else that will allow myself to get squished. Obviously it won't be something like that. But if we were, for instance, able to reverse back here. Nothing back here. Just the entrance. Yeah, and then you're able to float up. Well, that makes me wonder, though. What if... go up like this. Then you get back into floating form. Interestingly enough, that means that you can actually be in bone form during rising water. And that doesn't seem to do anything for me whatsoever at the moment. But... it could potentially. I think possibly the one-way panels here are a clue. Because we don't know what the one-way panels are for, but they do prevent you from ducking like this. And yeah, notice that this shows you what the mechanic is going to be. That if you duck into shell form and then you are pushed up, and then you occupy one tile. And you do until... well, I mean, time was up there, so we couldn't quite see, but I believe that is the clue that we're looking for. That we would be able to keep the bone shell while perhaps rising. And one way that we could do it... well, let's get the spring first. Whoops, that's wrong. Let's just map our way through the whole interaction once again. Yeah, so we get the spring, we'll have a quick on-off switch, followed by the bone shell acquisition. The peaceful music really does make all the difference in a level like this. Also, actually there's no point in doing this until we've had the mushroom first, obviously, so we should do that. But it's not a matter of taking damage, but using something like a surface to force myself into bone form to occupy one space. And where would we do that? Because we would need to find a place that allows me to set that up. And possibly I have to use the spring to do it. Because we have no objects that are going to come up with us. Although possibly there could be something like a bone shell stack. Because you know the bone shell is going to rise at a given point, then I could potentially push you up. Mamuga, you watched a small documentary on the world's best Scrabble player. If you mean Nigel Richards, yeah. The Scrabble community is pretty small. I'm pretty sure it is Nigel Richards that you were watching the video about from New Zealand. And New Zealand / Malaysia, I should say, who also won in the French dictionary a few times without speaking French. Yeah, he's a very interesting player, and is able to just have this remarkable intuition for things that most humans are not able to perceive, so... yeah, I'd be curious which documentary that is, actually, in case it's something that I would not know already, although it's somewhat likely that I would at least be somewhat aware of it. Whoops, a little too slow here. Let's try this again. Yeah, please do share it. Let me permit you for links first. Just give me one moment while I do that. And you can also put it in the Discord if you want. That might actually be easier if you want to get onto our relatively quiet Discord channel. Because then it's a bit easier for me to dig out afterwards. But yeah, I wonder if it is something that I have seen or know about before. I used to follow documentaries about the subject that much closer. Alright, now that we've got this sorted out, let's just do the door again before we burn too much time. You'll share it on Discord? Yeah, excellent. I will definitely look into it. Oh, I forgot to do a spin. Hang on. Distract myself here. Here we are, burning tons of time because I I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. There we go. That's how to do it. And now we take the bone shell. Once we take the spring. What's pinned? This level is the thing that is pinned. The one that I'm playing right now. And welcome, James D. This is Fast Flooding Forest by Major. It looks like it was intended to be a submission to Move the Earth. I forgot to bring the spring with me. But he never actually did submit it to the final contest, so I was kind of curious about it, and it had been a while since I've caught up in Major levels anyway. I used to play a lot of his puzzles. And so I thought I'd take a look at this one. It is an upload from February. So I think he was preparing it for the Move the Earth contest, but perhaps just lost track of it when the deadline was moved, or perhaps something else went on. How did I manage to do this without the spring previously? Oh no, because I'm tall. I can just run up and do that. Okay, let's pay attention now. We're going to grab the bone shell. So this seems to be the mechanics tutorial, that you can squeeze yourself into one tile so long as you get into bone form underneath a one tile slot like that. We don't know how to make that useful yet, but we'll have to figure it out. I think it is going to be something like stomping on a single tile and getting into bone form before the water comes up and catches you. But I'm not exactly sure where that will take place. Because you want to basically re-emerge from the water while being squished. One way to potentially do that, because the thing is I have to take damage as Big Mario, and I don't see a way to shoot myself with a shell, at least not yet. We could use the property of the shell that it is going to go up in order to potentially do something like lift a trampoline. Like this, for instance. I feel like this would not work. No, that actually it doesn't work because of the trampoline collision working the way that it does. Oop. I wonder if I could actually catch it and take self-damage, in fact. It looks like it might be possible if I'm particularly quick. Like if I, take a spring and go up top. Like if you kick the shell and then you just try to speed through here. Or... yeah, that'd be a bit tricky. You go through here, for instance, and then try to make a jump like that. No, that's not really going to work. Momentum-wise. Let's see. Yeah, ideally I want the shell to come up with me. But I don't really see a good way to do it. Or to find some kind of deflection that would allow me to self-damage with it. Oh, anyway, I forgot this again, so let's go back and get it. We're also going to likely time out on this attempt as well. But I'm thinking about one-tile slots that allow me to set up the shell squish, and it's difficult to find out where that's going to be. Because the only real one-tile squishable position that we see here is here. Possibly if you get into shell form here. Like you get into shell form here at while you're standing with half a tile. I wonder if it comes out to full height. Or if it comes back out at half height. But you would need to get up here with a shell in the first place. And that might be a little bit of a problem, considering that you would need spring plus shell while you've already climbed up here. Yeah, because you could do this, but then there's not much of a benefit to doing so unless you have some kind of remote activation. You just made a jump through the center without a trampoline. Itchy knee, welcome, yeah. I did make it. Oh, I see what you mean with the center. Yeah, that's right. I mean, this jump over here. Whoops. Actually, yes, because If the water has come up, it actually doesn't matter because if you're tall, you're able to just do it, which means I should be able to outpace the shell and self-damage as long as I remember to grab the trampoline through here. We have 50 seconds on this. I'm likely just going to reset instead of burning 50 seconds. I will try not to burn so much time on the easy stuff this time. So yeah, Genie, I hope you've been doing well, and that the puzzle making has continued apace. And okay, let's down here. And no, we need mushroom first. That's right, let's not forget. Yeah, because whether you are short or tall actually does matter quite a bit for the momentum calculation in terms of whether it reads Mario as being above or below the surface. That's something we do have to remember. It's a very important mechanic in this level. You actually haven't been keeping up with puzzle making lately, yeah? You intend to start back up soon? Yeah, I haven't been keeping up too much with puzzle playing, other than judging Move the Earth. And this was a puzzle that was apparently designed for Move the Earth, but wasn't actually submitted to it. This one by Major. I don't know what went on with that, but oh, we're a little bit slow. Yeah. And possibly it wasn't polished off in the way that he wanted, but I don't really know. I know he's still making, because he recently did upload an escape room. Yeah, I'm still very early on. It's an interesting concept, as is usually the case with Major. Whose puzzles I used to play quite a lot of. Yeah, so if we're tall, we jump right out. We got a one-up mushroom on that side. So this is a very vital clue over here that we just haven't really found a place to use yet, which is that you can get into bone form with your head squished in. It seems really important, but we don't know how to use it yet. Also, we're totally stuck on that side. Not stuck, but you know, it's inconvenient. So we should actually try the self-kick. Then, whoop. Because if we're here, whoops, I was trying to kick it and I grabbed it instead. Let's kick it first and then go on a run. Great. That's exactly what we need. Now let's just go through the pipe, I guess. Since there is an item check. This is fine because we just need to be small in the off state and we have access to the spring. So we should be through, yeah. So yes, we were able to outpace it just by being big and running across, which is a delicate little subtlety here that the level successfully taught. Let's go. Checkpoint 1. Look at all these pipes dunking you in here. That looks auspicious. Notice, too, that we're currently in the subworld. No pink coin, so it's not a multi-parter. Just a reset. In this chamber. This stony chamber inside the tree, I suppose. Now, let me just take a look at this one more time. I'm just taking a look at this room to see what's going on. Looks like, yeah, there's a door and a pipe that dunks you to the left, but which also has an item check, which also then allows you to re-enter through this door. Okay, that's important. So you can always go back through this pipe for a reset. Something is destroyed. There is a POW that is available down below, but the POW would be activated if you hit this block. Let's see what this block is anyway. It is a reusable block, that's expected. Destroying bunches creates a bone shell in this position. You'd have to do it quickly for the bone shell to drop, I think. If I'm not mistaken here. Actually, I couldn't quite tell what block that was. Now, it looks like it is probably destructible with a bomb, though, if it's a hard block, as I expect it might be. Hard blocks, of course, stay destroyed between attempts, and between resets, and so, you know, destroying them probably is pure progress. When you spawn in here again, though, it would just drop the spring, I think, rather than lowering it here. At least that's what I would expect. You would need a POW block activated in this location as well, or at least with the Muncher within POW range. Yoshi would then allow you to do things like acquire the POW from this position upon a further reset. Let's take this with me for the moment. Also notice that over here, potentially this plus this low gravity effect would bounce a platform. That allows you to exit, and indeed that looks like the exit. And we'll see what this is. This looks like it is the reset room. Okay. And then, yeah, this prevents any kind of throwing shenanigans, I suppose. Not really going to cheese that anytime soon. And then it also forces the on state, which is understandable. Muga, I'm not exactly sure which coins you're talking about, but notice the spiny to the left here. Let's watch this interaction again. We destroyed a hard blocks earlier that allowed me to get the spring right away. Oh, this is just showing you that the spiny falls down and then enters the spiny form, like that. Yeah, so this is clear, this spot here. I actually don't know what this is. This is a cloud. This is definitely a cloud. Interestingly enough, if the Muncher were suspended, then it would be immune to the POW hits. Currently, though, yeah, looks like this would just sit here, unfortunately, because otherwise we hit the POW and we manage to somehow obstruct the stump. Then, actually, let's see what happens, because you know a bone shell is going to spawn at this point. You know this is likely a reset door that just drops you to the reset point. You know that the bomb would next be able to... no, that's a cloud, so it won't do anything there. Interesting offset over here with the blaster. Kind of indicating to me that, you know, maybe it's possible to do some kind of object toss that would get within range of the on-off switch and perhaps destroy the blaster, but currently I don't exactly see how that's going to work just yet. Yeah, it looks like the ultimate destination is going to be to go through the green pipe, but in order to do that you need to go under the cloud. And we haven't actually made use of the fast flooding mechanic just yet. Let me take a look at hitting the POW again just to confirm something. Yeah, because the bone shell goes straight there. I see. If you hit the POW really quickly, before the water level has gone up, then the stump is able to go all the way over, and the timing should work out for the stump to obstruct the bone shell from going up, because the bone shell would come out of the pipe immediately. It would drop down. If it drops down before the water pushes it up, the stump gets in position and it gives you the bone shell. With 25 seconds, we can't really do this, but you have to get over to the POW extremely quickly. Oh, no. Interestingly enough, that actually looks doable. In terms of coming up here quickly enough by swimming to actually, you know, you swim up here to spring, toss it, and then grab the bone shell. Yeah, because the stump actually doesn't go far enough by the looks of it. stops at the end of the conveyor. But I think that method actually has some potential if you just beat the bone shell up to that point. So let's do this first. And we'll go back down. This looks like it's going to be bone shell constrained. Basically, this exists to force you to jump up there with a bone shell. Indeed, it looks pretty obviously like it's the case. The purpose of grabbing the spring is actually as a swimming tool. It's a flotation device, so we can... Oh. Nope. Too late. I wonder what we can do with that. It looks like it's spaced in just a way that might not actually be doable. But you hit this, and you go fast. I mean, eventually we're going to need some way to be within range of this muncher. But then that's after an on-off activation. We currently don't have an on-off switch here, do we? We need to find out what the on-off toggle is going to be. Well, the on-off toggle is going to be with the bone shell here. Looks like bone shell would have to be first. So I definitely think... Try this a few times in case it is speed dependent. You'd never really know. Yeah, you're just a little bit too slow to get there. It's close enough that I actually wonder if it is doable, that's the thing. But if you destroy the shell somehow, then you can spawn another one, right? So maybe the idea should be to try to destroy the shell. Perhaps even placing this here. But then the shell would just bounce up immediately and probably won't be too helpful. But yeah, acquiring the shell seems to be the priority at this point. And I don't know if there's a way to realistically go faster than that or set this up differently. Not really the same result here. Let me just think about this. Like we go really fast. Oh, then we lose the spring. Can't quite go there quickly enough. Looks like it is deliberately just out of reach. It's not clear to me that this is the method that we should be trying, but, you know, we'll look at it and see what happens. Notice that after the on-off switch, the POW is no longer able to go up to this slot. Which is interesting, because it implies to me that what we should actually be doing is eventually launching the bone shell towards this location and having it hit the question block from the side while we are within camera range of the POW. With the muncher on the top left, rather. One thing I could also do is take the bomb and perhaps place it such that it destroys the question block, which would respawn, of course, but then... If you use the spring to get up to the bomb as fast as possible... I wonder if that has some potential. We'll take a look here. Oops. Because we know this level is not against forcing some time-sensitive operations. we know that the bomb should be placeable by the POW if we are able to do it. And that, in fact, if we destroy this block, I mean, it is something that's going to respawn, but if we destroy this block, using something like a bomb throw, it would destroy the POW because the explosion will knock out the POW on top, but I wonder... Oops, gotta jump on top of this thing properly. Yeah, it looks like beating the water timing is going to be critical here. No, that's not going to work. Way too slow. Interestingly enough, you can kind of take a hot potato into the reset room, but the problem with that is that you would just have to drop it immediately. Looking at this, there's nothing to break into reset room, so... it should actually be taken seriously as a reset. This Spiny looks like it is something that Yoshi could potentially pick up for a remote shell activation. Squink, welcome. Yeah, this Spiny looks very much like you respawn in this room as Yoshi, you grab the Spiny, and then you use it as a shell spit over to the POW. But then why would you want to do that when you need the POW activation to get to Yoshi in the first place? That is the question. Probably because hitting this block on the side without destroying it. I wonder if it raises the POW instead of activating it, if you're hitting it on the side, right? With something like a shell projection. Ultimately, you do need to rescue the POW at some point in order to get out through the store and probably respawn directly through it. Because ultimately, yeah, you actually need to respawn through the store while riding Yoshi. And then as you drop, you jump off Yoshi through the cloud. And that's going to be the final interaction, I think, is that you respawn through the store as Yoshi. Yoshi falls down, you jump up. This is going to be the off state, and then in the off state, that allows you to go through the pipe. I'm doing a puzzle catch-up, so I'm not doing a viewer queue tonight. I am just going through my own pile of codes, because with puzzles, I want to take as long as I need, and I don't want to be under any time pressure to continue. I'll hopefully get some kind of viewer level stream together soon. I know I missed it this week because I was gone, but this weekend I'll also be pretty busy with Zelda, so I'm going to see if I can find a new time for viewer levels at some point that allows me to queue in a few more. We'll also be doing probably some kind of general backlog catch-up, possibly tomorrow as well. That was a total disaster. It was supposed to sit here. Let's try that again. Yeah, so I know I can get up here right away once I have the spring available. Interestingly enough, this won't do anything, but it might potentially be useful at some point. I think, yeah, the stump is just here as a bit of a centering piece, keeping it suspended. So yeah, we know POW is going to release this shell, but I can't actually get the shell unless it has an opportunity to drop out and let me catch up to it. Which makes me think, once again, that we should see how we can manipulate timing with a fresh start. Yeah, if you come up here, well, then you can get there quickly, but then what does that actually let you do? Because there's nothing else to destroy here other than that question block itself. And yeah, the POW definitely looks like it's within Yoshi tongue range when the time comes. And that's probably going to be the way to do it, is actually Yoshi Tongue drops the POW, you create a platform here, you enter as Yoshi, you exit as Yoshi, you jump out of Yoshi, you take the top right door. So the main thing that we're missing at this stage is how do we get the bone shell, because we need a bone shell in order to toggle the on-off switch. And is the bone shell a matter of outrunning, or is it not? Luca, welcome. Yeah, because we're not fast enough. If we had kept the spring, maybe we're fast enough, but I have my doubts that we can actually just race it. But it's close enough that I kind of feel like I have to check. Just in case it does turn out to be right. Ideally, it would actually destroy the shell somehow. Because then we'd be able to grab a second one. Not while the water level is up, obviously. Yeah, because it doesn't even make contact this way. Interestingly enough, it bounces this stump. That's kind of new. Didn't expect that to happen. Well, let's try it again. Oh, okay, I can jump up here directly, but then why would I want to do that? One thing that I'm considering is whether it would be possible to survive with a bomb long enough to refresh through here and then hot potato your way over. I come here with the bomb instead. And do a toss. I feel like you're probably not able to do it with this water level. That being what it is. Yeah, you don't have a great deal of time with the bomb. And everything else seems like it's going to make you drop objects. This looks like it should go to the reset door. It doesn't. Okay, no, I made a poor assumption. It's those two doors that are mashed. That actually changes things quite a bit. Because it means you can reset the water level as soon as you come back through here. Which means you can take the bomb through here and run down and place it on the POW and then... Aha. Okay, that actually changes things quite a bit. Because now we can hot potato it over. And run with it. Oh, no, I missed. That's clearly the right way to do it, I just missed. It is absolutely the right way to do it. Alright, let's try something similar. Oops. Oh, just ran right into that thing. That's okay, 90 seconds left. That's okay, we've got it. I made a faulty assumption about doors being matched because I assumed that this door there... Oh, of course it wouldn't have taken me there because this is a subworld and that's the main world. Okay, so that's an obvious oversight on my part. I didn't even check where the left side door was going. When it was very necessary to check that. In fact, we can destroy this now. I'm not even sure it's necessary to just do it right away, but... Let's jump through here. We'll drop in. Got it. Okay, progress. Now we're able to hit the on-off switch. If we hit the on-off switch, then that blocks the stump under the muncher. If it blocks the stump under the muncher, then what happens? And why can't I just take the bone shell here and skip everything else by jumping out of it? Oh, because it doesn't go high enough. Okay, that explains it. Wait, but why can't I just try to jump down towards this position? Because the one-way panel actually does constrain that from being a viable cheese, I suppose. There's this panel here. No, this is totally doable. Why can't I just skip everything here? Maybe I still need Yoshi for something on the other side. Because why can't I just skip it? Up. Okay, so how do we go up twice? We would probably need to use Yoshi holding a bone shell, perhaps. Or holding a spring, one of the two. Because you would need to have an object like a spring or like Yoshi on a second level. And then you would need to take him up with you. So maybe this goes all the way back to the reset point. Because we know that a door exists there, and yes it does. Okay, so that's why you can't just go with the bone shell. And then we also lost the on-off switch. That's a pretty big reset. But we've got a pretty big thing sorted out here, which is how to get the bone shell. Whoop. Okay. Now we know. So one thing I didn't see previously was that this takes out the stump under the muncher. We'll see what that does to that stack. Because it looks like the muncher was stacked on top. It is now over a... Yeah, previously noticed that because of the offset with a semi-solid, the muncher was kind of floating in position there, and then perhaps that was unaffected by the POW. Now let's see what happens if we hit the POW. Whether we still need to do some kind of remote activation, or if it's going to be something else. I think that is still out of range. That's okay. But it does mean that you can't use the bomb in that location. That's what the off block, the blue block, is for. Is it prevents a bomb from being within range of the question block. Because it is out of range of the question block, well, what we can do is probably... Yeah, we need to find an appropriate position to kick. Here. Or hit, like this. Because we need it to kind of sail across here and hit the question block while the other muncher is going to be within range. Nope, it missed. Which means we have to do some of this again. Don't we? Well, that's too bad. Yeah, we need to find an appropriate location to hit that then. Which, because we're in the off state, if we're in the off state, how do we reacquire the bone shell? This is a good question. I might need to do a full reset to do it. Have I played Breath of the Wild recently? No, but I was planning to dip back into it this week just to kind of get acclimatized again. I last played it about a year ago because I was a pretty big chunk of the way through a master mode file that I was playing in a second language. So I think I talked about before. I haven't gone back to that file recently because I haven't had time. Like, I was busy with Fire Emblem up until last week, and now I'm finished with that. So I was thinking of dipping a little bit back into Zelda this week. I was thinking originally of trying to cram Skyward Sword as well, but I just do not have time. Skyward Sword I last played back in 2011, so it felt like it might be a useful one to review just because of all the aerial content. But yeah, realistically, I won't have too much time to spend in my Breath of the Wild file before Tears of the Kingdom comes out. And yes, I will be streaming Tears of the Kingdom from day one, likely. I plan to do it with no fast travel, if it's viable to do so, because that's how I wish I had played Breath of the Wild to begin with. Alright, let's see here. You know, it would have been possible to do a throw like this. And if you had a bone shell, come down here, grab this on the way up. And then that would only give you up to the second layer, though, because, yeah, that's why you would have needed to probably dock Yoshi or something up here first. Or create a situation where you... Yeah, you would need Yoshi plus Spring or Yoshi plus Bone Shell to continue past that point. We still don't have a good idea of how to set that up. And because we're in the off state now, I need to think about how we're going to bust through here. I think we have likely a pretty big reset ahead of me, because the problem is that I don't have a good way of hitting the POW once we're in the off state. I really enjoyed Master Mode. A lot more than I thought I would, in fact. Because it encourages you to really dump your inventory, which is something that actually makes Breath of the Wild more fun. Because it's so easy in the standard difficulty to be just a total pack rat and have to just manage your inventory all the time and fight with your weak weapons and save your strong ones and never use them, etc. But nope, Master Mode, you just are encouraged to have high damage output all the time, so you actually spend your stuff, and I find it to be a much more dynamic experience. I know some people find Master Mode to be a little bit too spongy when it comes to the enemies, but I don't agree with that at all. I think what's happening is that you actually have to change the way you play, and you have to change the way you play towards, you know, really thinking about spending your heavy weapons often, but also in very precisely determined situations. And I found that to be very rewarding. Okay, so what was I doing here? Yes, we need to grab the bomb. We need to dunk it down below. We have this already. Yeah, let's try it again. I found that just doing the DLC trials, even in the standard difficulty, encouraged me to learn a lot about the cooking system. But I played a lot with the cooking to begin with, so... Let's see here. Anyway, we'll get up here. We'll hit this. And then, yeah, I still don't have a good, graceful way to reset out of this position. We need to bomb things from all over. Again, I think we just needed a more precise hit with the shell, if I had done that. So we reset through here, for instance. We come back, we try to hit with the shell, and then I actually think I want the water level to be nice and high, because then the idea is that we would send this flying pretty much straight, and then nope, not quickly enough. And the thing is, retrieving a second bone shell is a bit of a pain, because you need a POW activation to do it, and you need a POW activation that you can beat over here. So we might need to do a full reset, unless there's a cleaner way to do it. I'm trying to think about whether there's a way to get a bone shell from the off state that is faster. Because it saves you the trouble of having to do the full reset from that point. Maybe if you just took a bomb with you. Let's try to run here. Yeah, that's the thing, is that it's not going to hit. Not going to hit very quickly. Notice this donut slot here. I'm pretty sure that's for Yoshi. And then if you're all the way over here, maybe we want the on state. So why would we? Maybe we want to nuke the muncher first and then toggle the on-off switch. Because if it's on top of the stump, I guess it's on the top of that stack, and then that wouldn't really do anything for you. Because it was clearly being suspended by the stump. That's the main issue here that I'm thinking of. But it might also be possible to, you know, dock something like this under the muncher and have that count as a surface, right? Even if you do have the stump still active there. And so the idea is that you would be able to do the bomb toss after the reset. But you need to set this up first. Or you just have the on state. Let's just reset this. Let's just reset. Unfortunately. Yeah, I haven't actually done Eventide in Master Mode yet. I was through maybe about 60 shrines in Master Mode before I got distracted from it last year. But of course, you know, it was after knowing the game originally pretty well already, so I took a very different and much more aggressive approach to it. Let's reset this. So yeah, you see munchers kind of swing back and forth here. It kind of tells me that the POW won't destroy it. But I'm not really sure. But what you could do is you can unstack it using Bone Shell. But the problem is that at that point the water level would have gone up. So you still kind of want there to be a bomb to be the activation point here, but I wonder if you have the Bone Shell, if it's really practical to do that, because you don't want to destroy your own Bone Shell, right? But of course, if you drop the Bone Shell in water, then that's not an issue. Like if you just drop it immediately. Yeah, so you take the Bone Shell, you kind of drop it immediately, you go for the bomb. But you can only hold the bomb through the door in the first place if you're not wearing the Bone Shell. That's the issue. But then you come up and grab the Bone Shell. Just trying to think about it, because I need to find some way to get this muncher within power range. Or within screen range when we do have the POW activated. And it's not quite clear to me yet how that will go. Anyway, we're likely going to have to reset out of this attempt. I'm just still thinking about it here. Let's try to get that bomb again. And yeah, Greggy Spike. Everything this week is a pre-Zelda cram. Okay, so we got this. We got the Bone Shell, but then that means we can no longer use the bomb. We can do... Oh, you can't do a double toggle because of the fact that you're blocked off of reactivating the on-off. Okay, that's kind of important to know as well. It's placed in such a way that you're not going to be able to bomb from that location. So, the question at this point is, if you're in the off state and you have the Bone Shell, is there a way to kill that muncher? Well, we're about to find out. Because the bomb is available. But if you're coming here in the off state... You know what? We don't need the Bone Shell because we've used the Bone Shell already to do the activation. No, the problem is that in the off state the bomb doesn't help you. In the off state the bomb doesn't hit this. It's still fundamentally the problem that I'm running into. However, if you destroy POW using a shell, then the second shell is able to spawn. And yeah, Greggy Spike, that is exactly what I expect will happen, especially given my experience with Breath of the Wild. I don't have as much time to play video games these days as I did back when I played Breath of the Wild back in 2017, but back then I basically lived inside Breath of the Wild for about a month. I didn't even touch the main quest or the Divine Beast for the first 2 weeks or so. I just ran around the world for the first 180 hours and did my own thing. I didn't even talk to Impa until much, much later. I played for about 180 hours. Then I played a Divine Beast, and then I talked to Impa last. And I think I got up to like maybe 110 or 112 shrines up to that point. Because there are a few that do require you to do the main quest, but I don't know if my playstyle will be similar this time, but this time around I plan to play with no fast travel, which I think will invigorate the experience quite a bit. So yeah, if you hit the block at all, it's going to activate the POW. We don't want to drop that either. We're going to lose the shell. Okay, let's get back into the off state and see what happens, because currently we can get to the off state, we can get to the shell, we still don't know how to get this within POW range. That's a huge issue right now. And James D, very kind of you to ask. Of course. Whoops. Door, please. I'm just trying to think about how we could hit this with time to spare. Maybe if I just launched from all the way to the left. And just give myself as long a launching point as possible. Because it's going to go up with the water level, right? Or is it going to go relatively straight? Let's see. We got to test out this row. Because if we can get... Whoops. Here. And... Oh, no, it's too high. Okay, so that doesn't work. And unfortunately, every time we lose the shell, it's a huge reset to get back to it. But we're still in the on state, that's okay. We just need to use the bomb. So. Okay. It's not too bad. As long as we're in the on state. If we're in the off state, that's a bit of a different story. What if we stand here? I think that might be low enough that we should be able to hit. Yeah, we just need to kind of guess at the optimal spot. Look at Claire swearing by the story mode like a boss. Nope. Yeah, I'm not nearly far enough. However, if I let go and take this, and whoa, that's interesting. And go up. Maybe I can beat it up. There, timing-wise. It's sometimes difficult to tell what is going to be a puzzle check and what is a timing check. And we did determine in the first room that there are going to be timing checks that are execution-based in this level. And so, let's figure that out. Okay, so that can hit. We launch here and then we swim. Nope. Muncher's way out of the way. It's nowhere even close. And it's suspended on top of the stump, so it might not even work that way. The thing is, we would need Yoshi to extract POW out of its current location. I don't see another way to extract a POW out of its current location unless it is... No, you can't bomb this from below because bombing this does activate the POW. However, if you have the bomb activate... You have the bomb hit the block, but then the POW is off screen. does the POW detonate? Because maybe it doesn't. But then the POW would just drop, right, in that position. Or would be raised up by one position if the POW is off screen. Let's think about this. Let's grab the bone shell first. Yeah, because the problem is that it's hard to get off screen once you toss the POW. You would have to jump back here. Probably jump back up right away. Let's reset this. Yeah, because right now this muncher is the roadblock. And something that we're definitely missing with it. Oh, whoops. Oh, look at that. That nearly blew me up. It blew up as I was entering the door, but I didn't die to it because it detected that my state was entering the door. I don't think I'd even seen that before, despite many close calls in this game. We're detonated, but not soon enough. Okay, it doesn't hit the muncher, but you know that you would be able to get back into this position. This is still a problem, though, because... yeah, if you kick this shell... what if you kick the shell right away when you enter? Or throw the shell right away when you enter? And it's going to go down. Water's going to push back up. Let's get the bomb again. 100 seconds on this attempt. It's not likely to go. So let's say we hit on-off first. I think we need to restore the POW first. We definitely need the POW to be available when we deal with this muncher, so it makes sense to do at least one reset. I love how Claire GPT is working on that job application. Welcome, by the way, Supernova. Okay, so we know the POW is available currently. We know the bomb is available currently. Oh, it's not available anymore. Never mind. Interestingly enough, if the bomb is over here on the right... let's think about that, because... yeah, if we hit the question block remotely, and if the muncher is on screen here, muncher should die, right? Like, it should be a screen clear. It's not one of those POW interactions that should be limited to the 20 range box or whatever it is. Although I always have trouble telling those apart. That some POW interactions kind of have the box where it is valid, and some of them don't. And it always depends on the trigger and whether the trigger is linked to the player action, if I recall. Yeah, Claire doesn't want to miss out on the VIP opportunities, obviously. Anyway, full reset. The hard block is already always going to be pure progress in a way. I don't see there's any reason why we should leave the hard blocks available, although... yeah, because otherwise you would have the puzzle in an unwinnable state if you were dependent on doing that, so... let's assume that's not the case. Let's just bust this immediately. And reset. Okay. Take this through. Same idea, we get the bone shell. So this we know. Then here's the tricky bit. So we know we can reset both the bomb and the POW. We'll probably need them in conjunction somehow in order to do something about that muncher. Is there a reason why we would want to continue in the on state now instead of immediately going to the off state? I don't particularly see an advantage in that. But then again, it depends on what the stump offset is doing when it comes to how it affects the POW activation. That's the main thing that we don't really know. I mean, we know, obviously, if the muncher is on the floor, it's going to be activated. But interesting that this little slope with this setup as well. Wonder if that's going to come in handy somehow. Now, for example, you can kind of kill the stump and have a blank slot there, right? Like, no, you can't, because off switch can only be activated once. Never mind, we know that. We've known that many times. Then, I'm glad you're having such a colorful conversation with the chatbot there. Let's see here. I mean, the thing I've come up with so far is, you know, you just do a shell kick towards the POW and then you just try to go up quickly enough to move the camera within view, but that doesn't actually seem to be the case. At least not with this current water level. Like, if we reset the water level, then maybe we can find some kind of POW interaction. Like, oh, it does float up. Okay, that probably is it then. Because look, the trajectory is perfect. You respawn through here, it goes down, and the water carries it up just in time to hit this. Which means that because the water has not come up yet at this point, we have time to jump up this and climb up within range. Okay, that should be the solution. But we do need to do the full reset first to get the bone shell. Unless... No, we do need to do the full reset to get the bone shell. Yeah, because from the off state, we're not going to do it. So let's reset first. Okay. Let's try this again. In the on state this time. I absolutely love the peaceful music for puzzles. Totally takes away the sense of time pressure. Even when you're on a 500-second clock the way we are. Okay, so it's going to be through here and we do an immediate throw. Immediate throw and jump on a spring. Nope. I think we actually need the off state for it because of the issue with the stump. Yeah, no, that's the step I missed. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. That is very insightful here of Claire to recommend Mr. All Games All Day, of course, who is a friend of the stream. I don't think I know who Zella is, so... Let's get back to the bone shell and the off state, and then we'll try the same thing that I was doing just now. Okay, so... yeah, we need the off state first. Can we reset this room, grab the bomb, and then... not even the bomb, we just need off state plus shell. Yeah. I like the idea of a dance-off with the bot. Perfect, finally. That's such a simple thing. And took so long to set that up. We got 180 seconds. Now we can grab the POW and we can grab the spiny shell. Why would we want to grab the spiny shell? The spiny is obviously important. We need some way to set it up so that we can send multiple objects through here. Which I think we can do. We basically need Yoshi up there. And that's the most difficult thing, is just to somehow get Yoshi up. Because the Muncher will respawn on further passes, so we should keep Yoshi at all costs, since that is our progress. We're able to jump through Yoshi, but we're also able to jump through the bone shell. The problem is we do need Yoshi plus object. Naturally, the thing to do is to do like Spring and POW in this position. I think we grab the POW on the next cycle, then we can set that up easily. But then Yoshi would need to hold something additional in his mouth, likely would have to be the spiny, and then we use the spiny as a jumping point in the next part of the level. We've got 80 seconds to set this up. Let's see if we can do it. I love how I've been recommended as something hilarious with plenty of sarcasm. I suppose you find that accurate. Well, that's your prerogative. Okay, let's come up over here. Whoops. Nope. Hang on. That's okay. We can reobtain it. Should have just soft dropped it myself instead of using Yoshi for that. Anyway, 40 seconds. Let's try to soft drop this first. I always forget that you actually cannot do a soft drop like that in NSMB style. Oh, that missed. Okay, that actually does give you enough space on the platform. Let's grab the spiny shell. We've got 17 seconds. We can only really do a very quick proof of concept at most. Oh, that's too low. You need to grab it as soon as you come in. As soon as you come in. And you can float that somewhere. Yeah, we've got 4 seconds. We'll need to redo this. But that's okay. We've got most of the solution at this point. Yeah, it seemed like the iteration of Claire on Supernova's stream was being particularly spicy in yesterday's session. It was quite a sight to behold. My current one is not as well trained, of course, having had a much shorter chat history. Oh, whoops, no, let's do this again. I'm not in position. Okay. Going for the shell. Alright. Go for the off state. And we know what to do from here. It is going to be the shell throw here, which is difficult to guess, but is a fairly natural point to try that I guess we eventually stumble upon. And Mario, you thought the Claire bot thing died? Yeah, it did. go offline for a bit. I was never able to add it to my stream the first time around, in fact, but... And they put it back up with a revised feature set. And I also think they wanted to rename their Twitch account. But previously it was like Artificial Human Man or something. And then they renamed it Claire GPT. And here we are. Whoops, let's not do that. Bad idea, bad idea. Oh, no, he's gone. He's gone. Oh, so much for that. Welp. I guess we have a big reset coming. Let's do it. And Document, welcome incidentally. Spungulark Zabu, Tumbleglumps, Binguk, Sumplebiskre, which is a pretty interesting solution to what you asked Claire to do. Document, the Mario Maker Ring is rusty. This is a puzzle by Major. It looks like it was supposed to be a contest submission from Move the Earth last month, but he never actually sent it. But it was tagged as such as MTE, and it seems like it was something that he'd meant to prepare. And it does look reasonably finished. Maybe he just, you know, forgot about the contest or didn't want to put in any further revisions or something. Or maybe something came up in playtesting, you never know. Anyway, let's do this. Let's try to do the down and up shell throw again, which is a bit of an opaque but very satisfying part of the solution. Yoshi should then grab the spiny next and probably deposit it somewhere where it won't run away. Okay, got Yoshi. Let's not lose him this time quite so carelessly. And then we're going to go for the spiny shell immediately. That's what we're going to do this time. You kind of have to go immediately. Face left and just grab that. You have to be very quick, I think. Oh, you can't even be that quick. Okay. And how do we raise the spiny shell? We need to raise the spiny shell by having it walk to the left. Because it's always walking to the right in the current position, given how we're spawning in. To get it to walk to the left, we need to use... Yeah. We need to spawn through the door. And to spawn through the door, we use POW plus Spring. That's how we do it. That's going to be it. Interesting solution. Yeah, it's all about getting the spiny to walk into the left slot. That's all it is. We'll now make a level called Coins on Fire. Yeah, I'm sure. Whatever document comes up with under that name will be incendiary. Okay, we'll walk through here and we'll do the same kind of interaction this time with the spiny walking left. Beautiful, look at that. So we can grab that last, in fact. So now we do the same kind of setup and then we take spiny through. We've only seen one checkpoint so far as well. There might potentially be two, for all we know. Okay. Let's do a soft drop manually here, just to prevent issues. I actually wonder if we have any further use for the bone shell. But I think the idea here should be to grab the spiny and take Yoshi plus spiny up top with us. And a soft drop on a spiny might still be able to give you enough height. I feel like we're going to be a little bit short here. We're missing something. We're way short, actually. How do we get 2 boosts, then? Maybe it has something to do with getting the shell to walk back down. Actually, no, we just need Yoshi to get up there, because then we can just jump off Yoshi, right? So we should have taken the spring, not the spiny shell. How can we trade the spiny shell for the spring? We were using the spring in a previous room because the trampoline plus POW gives me access to the cloud. So how do we use the spiny shell differently to get the spring in a previous room? That's the question we need to ask ourselves. It's not going to be a shell jump with Yoshi or whatever, it's not. But maybe we need to use that water property again. This is again going to be a big reset. And yeah, who doesn't know A Clockwork Orange? That's, some of you are very young. And I mean, there aren't that many Kubrick films. Kubrick only made 14 features. It's not hard to get caught up. I haven't actually watched all 14. I've watched almost all. But it's actually remarkable what a huge impact he had. And what am I doing? Yeah, we've got 60 seconds. This is kind of a full reset. We should just reset out of this attempt. But we can think about this. We know we have access to the spiny shell. We know we have access to all parts, actually, at this point. If we did something like a throw up here first, then are we able to somehow use the spiny shell to get Yoshi up top? Perhaps some kind of flotation. It wouldn't be with the POW because spiny plus POW. Well, a falling POW would just kill the spiny even with a soft drop, right? Or maybe it doesn't. I actually vaguely remember that I would have done an underwater puzzle that uses that interaction somehow. But I think we absolutely need a spring, because either that or Yoshi plus Bone Shell. Actually, I like the idea of Yoshi plus Bone Shell, but then you would need the POW activation to do that. But if Yoshi's taking the Bone Shell with him, then you can drop the Bone Shell, then you can set up Spring plus POW again. So then we should think about how to use the Spiny Shell to trade up to the Bone Shell. Because if you have Yoshi plus Bone Shell in the other room, then you can go up throw with the Bone Shell, jump up with Yoshi into the second row, enter the Bone Shell, jump out of the Bone Shell into the third row. You should be able to do it that way. So we need to figure out how to connect grabbing the Spiny to grabbing the Bone Shell one more time, which would require some kind of POW activation. Which is fine, because then you just come back in here and respawn a POW, right? So basically you would need to do some kind of remote POW activation, which might be a problem because you have to be really quick. But if you respawn here through Yoshi with Yoshi and then spit the Spiny Shell, but then the water's going to stop it, so that won't happen. But you just need something to hit the POW. And what is the purpose of grabbing the Spiny Shell? That's what I don't see right now. What are we actually using the Spiny for? Is it for a remote POW detonation? It might be. But then you would need to POW in this position on the right. Let's map this out again, because Okay. Let's come back here. Same idea as what we had previously come through here. Go for Bone Shell. Now we can trade up a Bone Shell. Yeah, Yoshi plus Bone Shell does win. That's one combination that could work. Yoshi plus Spring would also win. Here's the thing. Bone Shell should be able to sustain the POW. If you go Bone Shell plus POW, then Yoshi is able to take a Spring through. The problem with that is that I don't know how to trade up from the Spiny Shell for that. The natural thing... Oh, you know what? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yoshi is within range to grab a Bone Shell from this position. That's literally all that is, then. No, no way is it that simple. That's not... I mean, it doesn't look like you need the Spiny Shell to do that, though. It looks like you can do the thing that I'm thinking of doing without ever grabbing the Spiny, so why would you want to grab the Spiny? Let's think about it. Okay, let's come back over here. Let's go over here. I guess we'll make the Spiny Shell available anyway. Yeah, I think it actually is using the Spiny to somehow hit the POW and grab the Bone Shell right away. But then why wouldn't we just do that from here? Let me see. Let me just do a quick timing check. Let's see, come over here with a POW. And you detonate something with POW and then you jump out and you grab the Bone Shell. Why would you ever need the Spiny Shell to do that? Let's think about it. So the idea here is you grab this right away. You drop the Bone Shell somewhere and then Yoshi grabs it. But then you just skip the Spiny Shell entirely, right? Like you just don't use it. That seems unusual. Because what's stopping you from doing that? Like maybe there's something I'm not seeing here that... Or maybe this is just something that we skipped with an alternate solution. Because I don't see why you can't do that. Right? Like this seems to get me exactly what I want. Unless there's some kind of complication in the next room that I'm not seeing. You know, Document, asking Clara about making Jurassic Park and Clara being afraid of eaten by a T-Rex just makes me think of the little girl in Jurassic Park saying, "It's a Unix system." Okay, let's get over here. I know this, yeah. Okay, so why does this not work? Because this totally looks like it works. This totally looks like it should work, right? You toss, you go up, you... Oh, wait a minute. No, it just totally works. Like, we just skipped the Spiny Shell then. Or did we? Or is there a step I'm missing here? Okay, so we just skipped the spiny shell. I don't know what the spiny shell was intended to do then, because it looks like there was some kind of intermediary step there that we just never had to interact with. Maybe it's a red herring. It's red. It's a little spinier than a herring, but it still works. Anyway, maybe this is some kind of design issue that Major never figured out, which is why this was not actually submitted, but we won. A win is a win. Okay, let's do another one. We have time for some puzzles. Now, I know... I don't think Itchy Knee is still here. I had an Itchy Knee puzzle it up. I don't know if he's still present. We might look at it anyway, but I also have a bunch of other ones to take a peek at. Whole bunch of codes. I'm told this is a little one. We're going to look at something Japanese. I got a whole pile of Grikowski to catch up on as well. We'll probably do a couple of those today. Okay, this is an old friend of the YMM projects, of course, and one of the finest makers that have contributed to those. Little Riddle. I don't actually know what it says exactly, but I never remember the descriptions anyway, so we don't care. Let's get in, and I'll jot down the code, and I will pin the code in the chat. I'm trying to make a habit out of this, for those who come in late and are curious. Thank you so much for the GGs once again. Let's get in a little further. Little Riddle, this is from about a month ago. How little is it? I'm not really sure, but it is a sub 1% clear, indicating to me that some people die a lot to execution or to resets. Okay, so. Oh, and there's a tick-tock clock. Which, of course, applies tons of time pressure to this 500 seconds that we have here. The two doors are obviously matched. The key doors look like they should be matched as well, and that ultimately we will need to do something about the yellow block to the right in order to get to the goal. Now, what can we do about the yellow block? A, P-switch. B, spin jump with mushroom, which we don't have. Coin placement here tells me we might expect P-switch, but we'll see. I mean, we don't actually know where the doors lead so far, so... Or if this is a true one screen. That's a bad idea. Let's not do that. We can run across the one tile gap, though, and we are now discovering why there's a low clear rate. Look at Yoshi get bumped like that, too, and also get bumped like that. Okay. Ah. Interesting. Mushroom in this position. That explains the spin jump. And if you have some height off of Yoshi, if you're tall, you should be able to jump out there and solve that. So grab this. Maybe we're able to spit the egg up there and turn that into yellow... No, hang on. To red Yoshi. Can I get enough height off of red Yoshi to hit... Actually, you know what? Let's go back here first. Look at the muncher stack down here. I did not see that coming. Why is it built like that, even? Let's take a look at this. Maybe for camera control? Maybe for some other reason? Or maybe just to look nice instead of having spikes in that position? I actually have no idea, but it looks amazing. Yeah, okay, so it's a hidden blaster here in this location. That gives you the mushroom. Whoops, that's not what I want to do. We can spit a red egg, but then this is not a progressive power-up, it's just mushrooms. So then how do we hit the ice? Because we can go through the key door, but then how do we progress from there? Whoops. Oh, didn't want to do that. That was a mistake. What do we spit a red Yoshi? No, if we respawn at that door, we are still trapped under the one-way panels. Okay. Alright, we don't want to go through quite like that. What if we soft drop like that? No. Whoops. Looks like we could have probably bounced it somehow. Nope, that goes way over. If we just take Red Yoshi at this point, though. Green Yoshi spawns in the other location. How do we get red within firing range? That's the thing. Like, you would probably need... go through here. Whoops. Maybe it's possible to then dunk the red egg like that. And if it's on top of one of those platforms... Well, first of all, let's go through here. Let's see what happens. Let's unlock first. Yeah, and then you're just stuck here. But then you'll be able to respawn in this location. You actually do need to grab red. Doing this would take damage. Grab a red. Mang, welcome. I feel like grabbing a mushroom might actually be helpful somewhere. Just not here. Actually, no, it would be very helpful, because if you grab a mushroom while you are standing on top of the slot, you might be able to grow through the one-way panel. No. I feel like there's some potential here. Oh, no, you get squeezed. Okay, of course then. That was wishful thinking. Okay. I feel like Clara's answer to your question about AI art might be at least partly self-interested. Or at least just very bubbly. So let's say we spit against a wall. Do we get like a rebound on the egg? No, it doesn't. Okay. So if we can get it up through that door, maybe we can do something. But, I mean, you kind of need to fish this out in the first place to get Red Yoshi. It's still not clear to me how we hit the ice. Because we need to hit the ice and then jump out of there. Fall down to the lower portion, then jump back out off of Yoshi and then spin jump. So it looks like somehow getting the ice to break open is actually going to be one of the really critical pieces of this. This whole Muncher sack, though, that's so suspicious. Very, very suspicious. Also, this whole bit here with the Muncher, is this here just to take damage? I wonder. Or What if you lower this, then you spit? No. I think this would probably still go off screen, unfortunately. Yeah, way off screen. Okay. Let's try this again. Like, if you think about it, Supernova, there's a significant amount of art we already kind of take for granted that is significantly AI assisted. If you look at, for instance, the large-scale battle scenes that were in the Lord of the Rings films 20 years ago, for instance, the big breakthrough in special effects then was that a lot of the movements of individual soldiers were being generated by a lot of AI scripting. And that was actually the big breakthrough at the time, and which was how to be able to get like lots of unique movements of soldiers and horses at large scales, rather than employing tons and tons of extras or animating all of those by hand. It was substantially generated, and so insofar as something like that was prototypically AI art, I don't see why philosophically it's all that different from prompt images that are being generated by DALL-E or Stable Diffusion or what have you now. So, okay, we're going to time out, and we don't have this yet. We have a mushroom. We know that Yoshi could potentially grab a mushroom. Why would Yoshi want to grab a mushroom? If you want to dump it in the muncher area on the left, but then why would you want to do that? We know we can't get a progressive power-up out of that. We know there's this giant muncher stack available here. We know it's furthermore possible to stack an egg on top of one of these platforms, but then if you don't have a way to get through the platform, then it's probably not that helpful. However, if you do this, okay, it's going to time out here. I wish I were actually like able to engage with conversation right now, because it is very much a long-standing field of interest, but of course I'm in the middle of solving a puzzle, so we'll let you folks talk to the bot instead and have a grand old time. Okay, whoops, nope. Yeah, obviously we can run across to one tile. Is there any reason why we wouldn't just want to unlock the door right away? I don't think there is. We can just afford to jump right away. Yeah, so picking up a mushroom when you were small in this location, I think still doesn't really get you through anything. Let's see you grab a mushroom through here. And then, you know, kind of bounce it back as it's traveling. Oh, it would do that. Never mind. Let's try to grab the red egg again. Oops, no. Yeah, we can grab the key, but then why? I'm still not clear on how to use the donut block at a muncher on the right side. Like if we... Oh, you know what? You can do that. And then I've lost it. Oh, we totally had it too. Yeah, we just needed to spit all the way from the left, and then, okay. Then we can grab Yoshi, Red Yoshi, up in the top position and go through the door with him. Then possibly you can nuke the ice from there if you just jump up and like a superstar. Oh, hang on. No, we totally had it too. Seems like a rather specific interaction here, though, in terms of momentum control. I do have my doubts about it. Hug the wall all the way. Then we... Oh, no, I accidentally pushed it. Okay. Have to be pretty careful here. We can totally do it. Nope. Wonder if that's some kind of anti-cheese. Given that we kept accidentally pushing things over, this is not what I wanted to grab. Come on. There we go. Nope. It's got to be a more consistent way to do it. Nope. How do we manage to get it to work? Without bouncing that far over. Nope. Let's try it again. We definitely managed to get it to work, and if I avoid the push, I feel like we can get on board. Nope, come on. Mushrooms keep getting in my way here. Mushrooms are kind of hidden information here, but I guess it's a very compact level. Come on. Always obstructing Yoshi's tongue here. Yoshi feeling much the same way about mushrooms here that Chris Pratt Mario does. Not exactly what we're looking for at this specific point in time. There we go. Okay, finally. Whoops, no. Now, if we do a crouch jump here, we should be able to, yeah, do that, right? Partly. Well, that's slightly annoying. But if you do it from this door here, maybe you can still have the same interaction? No? Yes, you can. Okay, good. Then at this point, I think you take green Yoshi, if you can, and try to spit an egg over to the left side. I think somehow we do need to spit an egg over to the left side and have it land on a platform. And you have Yoshi that's slightly elevated. It would have to be green Yoshi carrying a red egg, but then at least it's a question of how you can get green Yoshi up to that upper position. Because you do need to have a Yoshi land on the platform, I think. I can only see myself doing that with an egg. Because then you would basically jump out... Oh, that's what the Muncher is for. Yeah, actually. We want to take damage with the Muncher and become short. And maybe if we... Whoops, come on. Stuck out of here. Document. Now that AI can produce pretty high quality artwork in Command, one takes that AI steals work and artists do depend on creating a specific replicable kind of art. Well, yeah, that's the thing is that, you know, because it is substantially just going to be generating work that's built on a corpus of existing data that's been extracted. It actually does have some pretty interesting implications when it comes to intellectual property and the extent to which artists are able to lean on the intellectual property regime as their line of defense. Okay, we need Green Yoshi again, and we need to be small probably to get out of here. We need to spit and then get out, and then land on a Yoshi that hatches on top of the platform. I think that's clearly the way it has to be done. But it's also tricky to set up, because you would need to have a Yoshi that's up here in the top position. And it would need to be a green Yoshi that's in the top position. And how would we do that when green Yoshi has already hatched? That's an open question. Because no, you need green Yoshi holding red egg coming through here and doing a spit. I think it has to be that way. How would you do it? Well, and the problem with doing it that way is that if you're jumping out of the right side as Small Mario, then you don't have the mushroom available to hit the block in the top right. In that case, whoops, didn't mean to fall back down here. Well, this will be interesting. Because you do need mushroom as your final state. Yeah, you went to school to be an illustrator and you're glad you still don't do it professionally. Because at this point it would be impossible to make a living. Yeah, it depends. Like, if you're talking about, you know, kind of commercial illustration that is done to spec, then I think, in general, a lot of labor that is about doing things well to a specification, a lot of that's going to be pretty substantially displaced. Including coding, for that matter. Maybe not so much Mario making, but... let's see here. If we're able to... like, if you're in this position, how do we get Yoshi up to the upper door? That's the... I'm not clear on. Because the idea of doing a spit out of the upper door is pretty appealing to me. I like this as part of the solution. And indeed, I think it might almost have to be that. Oops. I still don't know what to do with this massive muncher stack, too. Why it would be set up that way. Oops. Probably just to get the munchers to look nice in that position. And to have the offsets and the height work. That would make sense, actually, is if it's something offset related to. Restrict something with the heights, maybe. I don't know. Don't see what that would be, though. Okay. This should, in theory, work. We should actually take this and go. Whoops. Okay, we know how to clean that up now. We know how to drop in through the door as Red Yoshi, with Green Yoshi hatching in an egg. Is there anything else we can hit with fire? I'm not clear that there is. And is there any way to get Green Yoshi up to this position? That's something that I'm wondering about for sure. You feel like you killed chat? I mean, like I said, I wish I could be a little more attentive to discussing that while I'm also playing this. Yeah, I think one of the issues with a lot of art in general is that there is a relatively low threshold for things to be sufficient and good enough to kind of pass in the eyes of most people, where in a way, it's having a fine level of discernment for the human quality that an artist brings in is something that's mostly recognized and valued by other artists, which economically is not really the most viable base. Right? Like, I think the problem is that, a lot of machine-generated material generally is just kind of good enough for people and is unfortunately not exactly a reflection of good taste. Or the flair that an individual can bring stylistically. Okay, so you got a muncher on the right side here. You know that you can be small again. Then I would probably need a mushroom past that point. I know that there's a blaster that's kind of tucked in under the goal. I almost wonder if the solution would involve something with the blaster. I don't see that though. I think it has to be jumping off of Yoshi on a platform while big. Like, it's very clearly trying to lead you towards that as the solution that you actually want. And this central slot here with a key door, I don't know what else we can do with it. It does allow you to jump out of the central area while having a Yoshi available, perhaps. But then, why would that be useful? I mean, it really does look like it's trying to encourage you to do an egg spit onto a platform. But then you would need to figure out how to get Green Yoshi this high. Do we have the means to do that? I'm not sure that we do. Because how would Green Yoshi get up here? Unless we have some other form of displacement. Because how would Green Yoshi get up to this position? You know that the 2x2 egg for Red Yoshi is what allows it to be swallowed at a slight elevation when you come in through the lower door. That might be the key to something, like a 2x2 egg. Where, Green Yoshi is able to spit and get that to hatch. Doesn't explain the key door, though. Unless the key door is not actually supposed to be an exit point. Yeah, jumping off Yoshi, unfortunately, forces you to be tall. And being short here runs into the issue of not having destroyed the block. That was a pretty weak fart, I think, from Claire. So you can jump off a given Yoshi and go. Ideally, you'd be spitting the red egg and jumping off green, but then, again, the problem with that is that if you're tall, you need to be tall to get through the block in the bottom right, but if you're tall, you can't get through this gap. Might be something big I'm missing here. Possibly involving the Muncher stack, but it's hard to see what other objects are available. Oops, it's a mistake. I wonder if there are any other locations from which that red egg is accessible. The green egg really doesn't look movable, though. That's just a way to displace Yoshi somehow. Remotely. Seems like we made a bit of a decent amount of progress and then just stalled because we're running into a problem once we get to this spot. This is kind of interesting, though, like getting on Yoshi with this half tile. Actually, take this. Yeah, the problem is that Yoshi does fall off. Is this TikTok slightly out of rhythm? Well, what is it supposed to synchronize to? I don't hear it as synchronized with anything in particular. Because I don't think it's supposed to match the movement of the platforms or anything like that. I don't think it's lag on my end or something like that. I mean, if you're wondering if the rhythm is slightly uneven, that may be the case. But is it ever possible for me to gain enough height to get Green Yoshi up to the top level? I don't think it is. We don't have the speed for it. Unless there's a way that I can use the Yoshis to displace each other or something. But no, they always remain at the same height. So this is how we were doing it. Kind of overshoots. What if you're as small as Yoshi? I wonder if there's something else you can do there. I love how we've just discovered that Luca is also the name of this musical phenomenon that has grown in popularity in recent years with its infectious beat and rolling rhythm. I feel like that's a music level waiting to happen. Where do we get that one up from? That's interesting. That is just another little hidden element here that we tongued our way into. That is unexpected. Like, what if we spit a mushroom? It's a 20-second clear that is possible here. Not that we can find it or set it up. Probably some kind of layering trick. Yeah, I don't think I've really made any progress past this point, because the only way that I can seem to get a Yoshi through the door in the first place is to spit an egg up top. And even then, not very consistently. I don't think we have enough height otherwise to get a Yoshi up in that position. There's just some kind of momentum trick that I don't know. Or... Yeah, because, I mean, you're going to be limited to that one green Yoshi all the time, right? So... However, there was this one-up that was hatching as well. Which tells me, perhaps, if I come here, run over... And Merlin, welcome. How would we swap it? And how could I get Green Yoshi up to the upper level? This donut block is interesting. Because this donut block... Wonder if there's something that we can kind of ride our way down with this donut block, too. Or some kind of interaction with a screen edge, I don't know. I don't see it at all. Maybe some kind of layer trick. Just given our experience with Maker here. Like, you're able to grab the egg, you're able to get Red Yoshi to blow up the ice. Then what? Nope. You got a massive muncher stack down there that nevertheless seems to miraculously line up. Can't always consistently get the shell to bounce the right way. Which makes me think that maybe that's not part of the intended path, but it's hard to see what would be otherwise. It's actually kind of tricky. Looks very much like it is a screen boundary because, of course, the goal tells you how many tiles there are left up to this point. I feel like the mushroom is going to be really important for reasons other than just being able to bust through the yellow block. I don't know if anybody has any insight in particular. Some kind of interaction that I may be missing here. Seems like we've got quite a dense party going on in the chat, though. Let's try this again. Okay, so we can do that, and that's correct. Do that, and that's correct. We know how to do this. We know how to get this far with Yoshi. We know how to melt the ice somewhat. Trying to jump out in such a way that I can fall below it and with it. Maybe I just ditch it at this point. Just looking at what else we might have missed. You know what? Let's go down here. I don't really know what blocks are obstructing what, but... Whoops. Let's try this again. Nope, no ice melting over here, I don't think. Yeah, so that's just the blaster, for sure. It's kind of sitting on these tiles over here. Doesn't look like it's something that we can displace. Maybe it's something obvious. Take damage. Grab a mushroom. Let's try to switch back to green. Oh, whoops. That's a mistake. That's okay. We had 1 second on a clock. That was going to be a death anyway. We got everything up to the ice. Okay. Do that. Nope. Again, that seems too fussy a step to actually be required in a solution. Just look very suspicious that it would require that much finesse. So for all I know, that's not intended, but it's pretty clearly there something to try. Whoops. I just have to refrain from grabbing the mushrooms. Okay, so we've got over here. This is the extent of our progression so far. We've had no insight beyond this point. There we go. That subtle difference here might be a clue, but it's hard to say exactly what, because our only way back in really is through the door. If I go there with no Yoshi, I had the possibility of falling onto green Yoshi, but then it would be too low. On the other hand, maybe not. What if I just go like this? Nope, not quite. Not enough momentum. But if you're small, are you able to reacquire the mushroom somehow from that point on? I think I might be able to, actually, with Yoshi's tongue range. No, not really. Because you would need the blaster to spawn the mushroom, and the only way you'll do that is if you stand on the right side. So we lose the mushroom. Not sure it's all that easy to get back, unless you have something like taking damage here, and then using, say, Green Yoshi to grab the mushroom from this side. But the thing is, we don't know how to get Green Yoshi there in the first place. Let's see. So we could take damage. We can go through here. You have to be small to get out. Like, if you're big, you don't have enough momentum to do a crouch jump out of 5 spaces. If you're small, you can do it, because it won't be a crouch jump. If you're on a red Yoshi, you can't do it because you jump off of red Yoshi in the standing position, basically. But what if you have red Yoshi available there and you jump out small? What impact does that have? Yeah, problem is that green is all the way over like that. If we can get... well, let's take a look here. Okay, so both of them hatch at once, as we would expect. I think, yeah, it really looks like it has to be a shell spit. But we're missing so many pieces of this right now that we don't quite know how to switch around the order of operations and figure out how to stitch things from point A to B. The blaster firing mushrooms seems like it's something that's not really something that we've engaged with yet. The muncher on the right side looks like it's mostly there for deliberate damage, but given the falling with a donut block, I wonder if there's some additional flexibility with that we don't know about. Because let's say you fall into the right side, you hit the muncher, then what? Might be something obvious. Might be something very obvious. Like, you can ride this down, you can take damage if you want, but then why would you? I guess if you're standing in this position as Green Yoshi and absorbing the mushroom from this side, you'd still need to be able to get out of this 6-column trap. Right? Which is difficult to do and with the best of times, and when you have a proper runway or on-ramp. We may have to postpone this one until I've given it some thought. Or perhaps check the comments or something. How? That's good stuff. It's good stuff, apparently. I don't want to backseat too much anyway, I was just kind of curious. Although with one screen like this, who knows? Where signage would be placed. So, we're repeatedly given mushrooms. I wonder how to make use of that. Where they would be available and when. Like, you know what? Let's just swallow the mushroom if we can. Oops. Get tall into rebounds, I suppose. It's not going to let you push through a one-way panel, though. Those tend to be pretty strict. And yeah, supernova. What is this? Potentially failing out of something. You got a big muncher pyramid on the left side. I don't think I can hit that with anything. You can see it. You can't actually see what the bottom muncher is placed on. That's the only thing. Not clear. Yeah, because when you spawn back in up top, the camera seems to indicate that you're already kind of at the top half of the screen. So yeah, clearly there's stuff that's built in the bottom half, including the mysterious ticking noise. But then what? This doesn't seem quite obvious. Like, if you maybe manage to drop Yoshi over the coins and push it over. No, that's still a problem. Yeah, we might bail after this timeout because I feel like I do need to think about this further and Maybe it will strike me immediately 5 minutes after logging off, which very often tends to be the case. So we might have to switch off to a different puzzle. We'll have to think about it. I do want to come back and beat this one. Now there's some kind of crazy step I'm not seeing. Maybe not crazy, but you know, it might be something pretty opaque. Yeah, 47 so far, maybe fewer clears. Let's take a look at the more info screen. I don't think it'll reveal anything. Yeah, it just reveals the muncher stack. That's literally all. Looks like the ticking noise is above the screen. Looks like it's just a tick setup for all we know. Clear check time 21 seconds. And how? Like, you get the gunman come out, you hop off, kind of enforces, and you'll stretch out and become unavailable to exit. Down to the one-way panels. And what's the sticking point right now? Sticking point seems to be that I can't get non-disabled Yoshis, so to speak. I'm getting to the right, and then yeah, that's not exactly what I'm getting at. Like if whoops. Okay, that's okay. We lost it. We'll go back to that one. I gotta mark this one. It's still unfinished. All right, let's try to find another one then. That's maybe take something a little bit gentler. Let's take a look at the Itchy Knee puzzle that I was talking about earlier. Itchy Knee did drop by briefly in the stream. So yeah, it's been a long time since I've actually had to bail on a puzzle, but that one, I just do not see it. Something very minimal. Some nuance of spacing that we're not seeing here. Anyway, this is from last September. I think I've played most of the Itchy Knee puzzles that were any more recent than that, so... but we've had this one sitting in backlog. Let me just paste it in chat. It's the code in chat, rather. Convince the introverted coin to come out to play using a powerful message. Yeah, it looks like a coin drop puzzle, perhaps. Proximity puzzle tells me that it's going to be something with power range, like the 20 by 20 power range or something. But we'll take a look. That seemed to be all the rage with a couple of puzzles last year. People trying to find solutions that would use that. Reached goal after grabbing at least one coin. Alright, 3 honors for what? Endless. Alright, so we need to collect one coin and then drop in there. I wonder if that note block is going to be the coin spawner. Key door is ultimately what we'll need to get in through here. So for example... Oh, and then you can... I see, there is a coin, and then you can just use the POW, hit the POW, and then probably grab the coin. That's not actually going to be the solution, but... Yes, because once you have a block that is turned into a coin, and if you drop it, then you have the spawn block over here. Okay, now we know what that is. I was wondering what the gate control would be. Document is not a GG. We didn't actually finish the other one. I put it aside for the time being. Yeah, okay, so if you had the coin drop, you can't actually activate the POW yet at this point. This is controlled. However, it does give you coins. It's just that you can't beat the level at this point. It is unwinnable. Because you removed a spawn block. That's what we need in order to make that happen. Let's, yeah, I need to think about the other one because there's something that we're very, very missing. Okay, so we do not use the POW yet. Interesting. Also interesting is that we can pop out this way. But there's no other way down here except repeat or, so we don't want to lose anything in this position. If you place the POW, it will go up. Why would we want to do that? P plus POW would give you a coin. But we don't want to get into issues with the blaster. Which is why this block must remain intact. However, if you hit it, and then hit the P, while it is spinning. Whoops, nope, that's not what I meant to do. What if it is in a spinning state? I actually don't remember this off the top of my head. No, we don't want to do that specifically because dropping a coin does kill the run. Okay. Let's say we come through here. That gets removed. But if you come through here before the P-switch expires, then why wouldn't you just fire at that point? Since it's kind of being blocked anyway, let's see. Because it's spinning, it turns immediately into the coin. Okay, and then this stays alive. Alright, let's try it again. You know you can do this. You know that blocks. Oh, that's how to do it. Because it is blocked over here, but that's okay, because then you take the P again. So that get destroyed with the other coin. It is a proximity puzzle. We need to do some kind of remote detonation. We should think about what the POW should stand on top of for a detonation to happen. Because we would basically want the POW to be within range of one of these, but not the other one of these. Which we can do. That's actually a really popular student mechanic. What's the rules of POW? So you hit throw it affects the whole screen. Yeah, I'm trying to remember because there's a remote activation on it that has a limited range, right? Where it's only going to hit within a certain location. And I know I've used it for some puzzles in the past. But I think it is, if you have something like the P-switch activation detonating the POW, that doesn't count as a user trigger, I think. I'm trying to remember what it is. Let's see, you have the P-switch. You get over here. What if you use the P-switch to block the blaster in this location. Let me think about that. Yeah, because the bottom line is we've already dropped the coins, and we don't want to do that so prematurely. But yeah, ideally we would want the POW to die remotely. Okay. So let's say we grab the POW on the left side. Like if we sponsor a P door, it's always going to spawn the blaster because if you're in the P state, it will show up. Let me think about that because you would block this specifically to block the blaster from spinning coins until it is already too late. Now we know we've taken a note block before, and that's something that we haven't considered is going through the P switch, coming back through here. And what happens if I just cycle back? Nothing. I mean, you know, you could do the P and coin thing at this stage. Probably, but it would be somewhat limited. Just a goal after grabbing at least one coin. Let me see about this. Okay, so let's say we place this. We'll send it up. I'm thinking about what we can do to potentially place the POW while having the P-switch activation. Well, let's see. Because where can the P-switch activate the POW? That's the question. Maybe I'm able to kind of get in from below. Nope. Let's see. I'm actually able to reverse that through that P door as well. I don't think I have a particularly good reason to. So you warp back, then the POW just reappears. But then it drops. It would totally drop. It would become available the second time. Well, let's try this again. Come down to here. Where's the overlap that would allow you to actually do something with that? possibly no block over here. Like you send POW straight up. Or you can place it here. Nope. Okay. So we know that from this position, if you knock down a coin, then it no longer turns back into a brick and takes out this blaster. That seems to be the interaction there. It's pretty well hidden. Lattice, welcome. The lattice has been added. Our puzzle record so far today has not been great. Yeah, and at this point, whenever you go through, that's going to be blocked. It will not recover. Yeah, that's understandable. Proximity puzzle. Very often with some of these, the names will give you some clues as well, so. Now, why would I want the icicle? Might just be decorative. Like you come out of the axe, you bounce, you walk through the icicle. I wonder if reversing through this door makes any difference whatsoever. Nope, same idea. Like if you do this here. Maybe there's some kind of up throw or other obstruction. That precludes this from being an issue. We have a lot of interlinked and overlapping pieces rather to walk through today. Yeah, POW falls in immediately. Yeah, okay, so we got that. Fairly minimal here. What would even be the activation point? Because I've been thinking about bricks that will... The yellow blocks, rather, that will just overlap with a POW and kill it that way, but... By the time you get over here... I'm still kind of thinking in Yoshi mode and thinking, oh, Yoshi can lick across the barrier or something, across the wall. Not the case here. Also, I certainly hope that with the castle music that I don't get hit by copyright trolling like I often do when I play Super Mario World Castle. Sure, we'll book this. Nope. Interestingly enough, no shrooms have been recommended just yet. I still haven't really used an icicle for anything. Apart from envisioning that it's going to be a part of the ending scene. What is this semi-solid even about? Not sure. Like, if you bounce back up the right side, then... Okay. Let's see if we do this. But where else could it possibly stand? It's not like we have a good way of placing them relative to the P blocks. If we did, that would be the natural thing to do. Yeah, everything's been activated already once. Well, don't tell me we're having this much trouble. No, because I'm looking at the chart here and thinking, you know, for the most part they're okay. Thank you so much for the follow. It's usually a little more interesting than just staring at things until they solve themselves. Usually some kind of really important setup moment. And switch over there. I suppose that we kind of put you in such duties as we kind of see it emerge over time. Let's see. How? Yeah, you love watching puzzle levels? Well, you've come to the right place. Although today our record has been poor. This one's quite minimal, unusually minimal, in fact, for one of Ichini's. Yeah, because we need some kind of detonation on the power. I just don't know who can do it, really. You've actually seen this one solved, that's good to know. Yeah, this has been around since September-ish. Yeah, I really do think it's going to be some kind of block reversion between P and no P that's going to kill the POW. Because we have exhausted a lot of other less logical personalities and whole styles. About 80 seconds to figure this out. Like, what interactions do we possibly have to deal with here? Yeah, because we could have tried to race around. That didn't seem like a very good idea, though. Open over here, everybody gets in. I mean, there is the music note that raises the bag up. Sometimes it's just a matter of like, figuring out what all the little micro interactions are supposed to be and figuring out how they actually fit in context. Okay, so maybe something like this. problem with the loading rule as well is that we can't actually make anything stick here when we're testing out various ideas. But of course, if it's mostly just a main knowledge check, we can get back out of there. Yeah, you can tell you get one chance with a POW. It certainly looks like it. That we just need to drop one coin with it. In fact, its current location is not bad for doing this. Potentially. Because you drop the POW. It would drop all the way down. Nothing interesting to do with the icicles over here. Yeah, it's just 2 coins here. And the other one should be pretty significant, but... Okay, that drops. You can use it. Drop a couple of other things, and what else could we possibly want the other castle for? Let's see. Oh, not a puzzle? Okay, well, prioritize puzzles today. We'll probably be back for more tomorrow. We'll continue this for the time being, though, so we can try to make some more progress. That's the thing about things that are very minimal, is that as you get into minimal puzzles, in some ways the harder it is to make progress. Because there isn't quite as much of a feedback loop. This looks familiar. Might be seeing things. Okay, let's see. It's the events. You come down here. Yeah. I wonder where it could possibly have gone. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. We'll take it. Proximity puzzle. Because you can drop in. And then what? I'm kind of completely lacking in valid interactions here that we've been on the both sides of before. Nope. Wait, how did that happen? Oh, no, because this was just spraying me. Okay. What are you standing here, though? There's no other object to hold here. If I want help or any hints, yeah, I'm okay for now, but thanks for the offer anyway. You know, if we placed a P, we're able to do like infinite P switch, right? But then why would we want to do that when we lose it once we get to the door? No, we're not actually able to do that because you'd need something like a muncher for it to hit. Not something like a POW block. Like you would... I mean, this is a dead attempt anyway, but let's take a look. Okay. Down these donuts. We don't have any kind of power up to survive the icicle, but we wait. And you have an overlap that happens. And what do we place? Well, we can't really place the P. It's kind of stuck in that location, but like being able to loop back out of here using the note block to spring back up the right side of the axis, something that we haven't figured out how to work into the loop yet. You gotta think about this pretty carefully. Because if you hit the P, you get a P switch in the top middle. A P door, rather. And that's something that we can reverse into a second time if we so choose, but don't know why exactly that would be. Then POW comes down. And yeah, if I'm not mistaken, this level is also going to be music copyright trolling galore as we try to collect how Twitch handles this specific track. If it's standing here, and it's still unable to get anywhere, let's see about this. What's the kind of interaction that we haven't done yet? We've been trying to figure out some way to destroy the POW, but is there some way we can control this lead time? Let's see, because the Shono... the blaster would come up in the middle, and it would spray us down if we're doing everything wrong, as we might be, but I'm just going to stall for a little bit while we get a chance to look at this carefully. Unfortunately, this is just slightly too low. Because if I take the P switch at this point, you have the spawn block blaster coming. I know, it's almost very, very conventional. Okay, what if we place it on top like this, and then we... See, the door seems to be the only way in at that point. That's not very helpful. Oh, that's a bit of an expression that totally blocks us off. We'll have to recover from that now. But it could be interesting. Let's see. Don't see it yet. Now, the note block didn't actually give anything, right? It was just a bounce pad. Get out of there safely. We can see the POW dropping in from the left side. It's called the proximity puzzle. It's got to be something with the remote POW detonation, but I don't have it standing on top of anything right now. And we would, regardless, need to be able to cycle back into this. Oops. Don't know what I expected. But if we're able to like, spin this block and then do an overlap with it. Okay, I don't really see it still. May just be that I'm feeling particularly blind today. Because I'm looking at the layout and the one-way panel, which very often invites you to be picking things up in both directions, if one so chooses. P-switch. What would it then do, and why would you want to grab it off this location? It's not going to help because the P-door is going to open anyway. How allows you to reverse through it, and then why would you want to do that? Again, I need to think about the fluid level because that seems to be the core of the problem here. Oh. Landed a double. I don't get it. Let's see. In general, I find minimal puzzles to be much harder than ones with far more bells and whistles and things to interact with. See the sentences, then finished. I'm kind of wondering if it's possible to actually do a much closer translation of some of this stuff. And it's got P over here. You can hit it. So far I've been hitting it manually, and maybe that's a poor assumption that we shouldn't be making. Then we still don't know what to do about an icicle. Yeah, it might just be cosmetic. Linking everything together, but okay, because that runs out and that goes. There's gotta be some other and equally useful explanation here. Let's think about this. Where does it even go? Okay. This side on this side. It's been a while since I've actually made any meaningful progress because, like, we still don't see a place for the POW to be activated unless maybe we bounce it. Even so, it ends up on the second layer here. We can't just bounce it. Let's try to grab the kangaroo here. I don't see it. Something very, very obvious I'm missing. You're able to take this with you. You're able to reverse through doors. I haven't actually seen exactly how you're doing with the reward metrics. No real information, just kind of leads you right back here, so. Okay. this point, we've been on this one for quite a while, and we still don't really see step 1. I managed to clean up a number of things before that, but where could it possibly be? Like, if you stack the POW on top of, not this, but some other critical moving part, perhaps. No, actually, I'd forgotten about that. Okay, because none of this happens otherwise. Yeah, the line between interactable surface and non-interactive surface is getting quite small now. What even is this? Let's see. Because this is assuming that you'll just kind of go forward and backward and get led accordingly. Yeah, I just don't see it. Anybody stressing out about this? Not that many, actually. Just curious. As long as nobody tries to give it all away. It's going to be an at least one. We only really see 2 to work with. Pretty much. I don't see it. Like this left side column here, we kind of played with for a while. Yeah, it's just, it looks simple, but we're actually just missing Red 9. Some kind of central interaction that I just haven't seen yet. Like, I've been looking at this, I've been not really trying that many things because there seemingly aren't a lot of things to try. I mean, there's nothing in particular that you want to do with, say, a soft prop. And maybe it is very superfluous. Like the icicle here, that seems like it's only there for the ending scene. How come we haven't seen this yet? Like maybe the donuts dropping has some kind of impact, but I doubt it. Okay, there's gotta be something. Like, you turn on the P door, you go through the P door, you wind up on the other side. The blaster in this location. There's a coin that unblocks the blaster. Is there any other way to get some kind of feedback back into the main hall? I don't think so. Like, there's no dynamic line of communication here. It looks so simple until you realize that there's... Like, the whole point is that you want to make sure you identify one recessional and not the other. Otherwise, they do remain in sustained, rather. Like, what if you I mean, we want to fire first, obviously, because these are problems as well. Something closey. But, well, I mean, having the P-switch button pop up repeatedly is really not ideal. Dropping this is not very ideal. You wouldn't be able to stand on a right or anything. No, I don't see it. I wonder if there's something additional that is part of this layout in ways that have not been anticipated. Let's take a look at the description for a moment. We've been staring at this thing for so long. And I hate to bail on 2 in a row. Proximity puzzle. Convince the introverted coin to come up to play. That's likely. Second one, what you see is what you get. It is very much a one screen in its purest form. Did the coin of the launcher disappear? If you fire the POW, yes. Because I've been thinking about whether to expend the shell in some ways where you just grab a second one. Yeah, because both coins are available, as you can see. I think it's still not quite there yet. You've apparently gotten a condition. That's not what the exit looks like, though. And the only exit, really, that looks like the one that we had. However, just loop back inside one more time. It does have to do with proximity, but in order for it to do with proximity, we need some kind of activation. Not clear to me what the signal will be. 23-second record. We're definitely overcomplicating it somehow. I mean, what else interacts with this? The coin on the left was still there. Not that I've been able to set up so far. Trying to figure out how to set it up. What applies are actually helpful. Okay, well, here you go. If you find yourself in this situation, then naturally it's in the last place you look. Well, I don't see it. We've been here a long time. Kind of spinning my wheels with this one, but yeah, you don't want to give it away. Yeah, it's better if you don't give it away. I mean, I'm completely accustomed to the idea of having to drop something and come back to it. There is something big that I'm missing. Probably, and almost a certainty, to do with the face of the bug. Because you have a coin that's going to drop on either side. Are we really that rusty at puzzles? It appears that we are. Now, the only way back into this room is to use the P-switch, so... Is there any reason why... If you do this, then you just lose the coins outright. So it won't be that. Unless you want to grab some of the ones sprayed here, which also work. Yeah, you know this one tile here seriously invites you to reverse back through it, but... Okay. Because that does a little bit of a switch over. But how? Yeah, because you go up the steps. How does that even work? Because this looks like it's already kind of the top of, or only part of the layout. It's quite compact. I don't see it, because like what's the first step that we haven't tried? What can we actually interact with other than just setting timing for the meals here and there? Like what is actually changing day to day here? I'm not sure any of that actually helps. But apparently it's something brilliant. Yeah, the P-switch does look like the first step. Because originally I was thinking grab the one over here and as for the insects, we kind of got plenty of those. Let's see. We should probably not. I mean, there's nowhere to go besides this room, though. There's nothing else to look at here. Well then. Why is the ceiling bumped here? Oh, I see, okay. Yeah, I don't see it. Because what else does the P-switch even affect? Not much by the looks of it. Do we have time to just take this back inside with us? I think we should. Not sure about this. Yeah, because you can definitely drop the coin on the left by that point, but then... And that should be the one that you do drop, because you don't want to mess around too much with the one in the middle. Because it drops, and then... you hit the B-switch again. Well, let's see. Yeah, it's this middle coin here that's blocking the blaster. We don't quite know what to do with that, and I'm just trying to think about this as an endgame condition where you have one tile already, and then you want to fit like X number more, and then what do we do? Still looking for why we would apply speech 1 that way. Doesn't seem to be a particular reason to. And neither of these events seem to kind of fit the bill. Being particularly important here. Okay. We might only survive this time out, I think, because we've been looking at this one for too long and we've actually made 0 progress. There's some critical first step. It's like how we possibly just rusty with puzzles, given that they were our bread and butter for a while. I mean, I guess I just haven't played this for long enough. We do get into issues. Having some trouble reading patterns here. Let's because I'm just looking at this. I don't. Yeah. Jeez. They say, but then we put the POW back. Because let's say we kind of use the POW, we drop everything. Probably want to pick something up. Yeah, sometimes a standstill isn't going to be the best or most fruitful idea. Take the P-switch through here. You spawn through the P-door. Come out of the P-door, you get yellow turn block. And it's question mark. Now, not as question mark, as coin. At that point, let's say we drop it. We do have access to this over on the left side here. I think some of the abstractions that I have here blended together. Very fortunate side effect. Let's see you come over here, you knock. Get in on this side. Why don't you just kind of re-entered here? It's hardly a first step. Like if you come here and you find it blocked and you maybe try to re-enter again. Couldn't possibly be that simple, right? Let's this. After grabbing at least one coin, we don't see it. What else could possibly activate and become that? I mean, it's really just these two. Yeah, I don't think so. Let's see. It's almost a little too minimal. take a look at comments for a second. Yeah, people will be back. Is the introverted coin to come out and play? I mean, it was the shiny little one. That's a pretty fixed one separately. Like you get mushrooms and then what? Like you loosen up all the instruments. That's what we did at first. Just gotta retrace steps here. Oh, going through. Something like that. Let's there's something visually that I'm missing here. Something I'm failing to actually just see. Yeah, I don't see it. We might have to cool off with some easier stuff, but given that I've solved one today, but have actually failed on 2 consecutive ones, which is awfully embarrassing. We hit the P. And what happens when this comes back? Smack things with a POW, perhaps. Grab a coin, come back in? I don't know. But then if there's no coin, like if there's a coin that is removed from this location, that's when there's no longer any kind of block active, and so would be functional maybe if there's nothing in the chambers until 4, but we don't actually know that for a fact. I mean, it would simplify things considerably, maybe. I don't really see it at all. Like, I've been staring at this thing for so long. A couple of puzzles like that recently where we it's smooth sailing all the way to the finale, and then wound up spending most of our time on these screenshotting duties instead. So what happened here? Hit the P switch. Okay, so we came up here. Oh, still nothing here. Maybe there's some kind of water clump from the previous session. Let's take a look. It's something obvious. It's got to be. Don't see it. Oops. Walked right into the icicles here. Yeah, in the interest of finishing some more, let's might have to go back to this one too, and it's so unfortunate to have to say it twice in a row. 23 seconds. What is it though? This is, as predicted, pretty much the only layout of note. Well, a lot of clears. We're missing out on something important. Something really important. We haven't been using the clock at all, that's the thing. Have we? Or... Oh no, I'm thinking about the other piece. It drops. There's probably no way to just intercept it again. This one seems simple, but a trick might be too obscure. Yeah, if it is just an engine knowledge check, it's possible that I just don't know it, right? Which is the case for a couple of puzzles recently that, you know, as puzzles have become a little more developed in this game, and people are trying to keep ahead of the various solutions and try to make something new. Seems like the last few times we've been struggling with something is that it is actually just engine knowledge I don't have, which... I don't see. I mean, I don't know if it's something kind of transport related or what, but... Go down, and yeah, Atlantis. Don't exactly know what's going on here. I can't really block this. Whoops. Although one can try. Yeah, because you can have it go both ways as long as you're prepared to have it go both ways, but... Then why? I don't see that. Yeah, we might have to... bail on this one. I always said we would. But I know I'll still be thinking about it. Like, what even happened here? Yeah, that's gonna fire to the left all the time. What do we place? I mean, we have no objects to place other than the ones that we came in with at the start. Otherwise, we could act together some kind of interesting idea. How come we're having that bad a time with it? It's gotta be something simple. I mean, not over here. Maybe it's not gonna state swap like right you're heading through. You know, in a very tight and narrow opportunity. Such as inference. Like you stand here. Stand here. Proximity puzzle. I mean, like I've been saying, we've done kind of short-range POW detonations before. I just don't see where we could possibly set it up here. You can tell that I've thought of the solution, just not figured out how to accomplish it yet. Yeah. That happens fairly often, actually, that I'll talk about the correct solution way in advance and then not actually do it. Of course, it's a little bit difficult to track what I actually have overtly tried. And Red Eye, welcome. again. No, I know you spoke of earlier. I just... What even is entering earlier here? Everything seemed pretty smooth earlier too. It's just... I have to learn things from scratch. I mean, what if... We don't have any house over here. Let's try that. I've thought of it, and it's some kind of trick. What could it possibly be? It really looks like a knowledge check, but you know, sometimes you just don't pass knowledge checks if you don't have the knowledge. Yeah, no, I have to exercise some self-control and bail on this one. We got to come back to it. But of course, we're pretty crunched for time this week, so who knows if we'll be able to do it straight away. Yeah, let's maybe move to some potentially shorter ones. I didn't expect that to take that long or have that much trouble, but yeah, we've done the last few. Yeah, we missed a few beyond that. Proximity puzzle, though. I mean, even this artwork that you see here, I guess it has a shockwave. And yeah, Red Knight, you're stumped as well. Yeah, because I've been looking at this for probably upwards of half an hour. Just that room. I can see where the coins are coming from. Oh, you know what? At least one coin. See, I'm not sure what I can offer here. Because you're able to take this with you. Take this down with you. Place. And collect. This is destructible. This thing here. Whoops. Oops. I mean, what even is this? Let's see. You can grab the first. Now, what is it? Let's see it. Because that's going to be gone, but then if you activate the coin first, then... maybe not so much. We'll grab that, but I don't have a way to get back down. Yeah, we have to take a break from this one and think about it. That's the issue with streaming puzzles sometimes, is that I don't really so much have the opportunity to just return to it after a few minutes and have inspiration strike, what happens so often when solving other puzzles. Okay, let's do a different one. That was just a little bit exhausting. But probably not that fun to watch because we've just been staring at it and then spending the whole time saying that I don't see the pattern. Which I should know cold. Okay, this is correct. Stairway to Heaven. This is one that Grikowski re-uploaded several times. I don't think it's something I had played previously, but I'll put a code in here. To achieve the apex of nobilities, one must weave all 6 link abilities. It'll be a relief just to do something else for a change, given that we were defeated by 2 consecutively just now, and that's very unusual. Do I recognize this? No, I don't. This is something new. The condition incomplete. Looks like we're supposed to go through the middle if we can. By some other means. Wow, I almost forgot it was like this to look at a different level. Alright, I mean, we can... helmet, sure. Gets out of my way. What is in here? Oh, this is probably going to be some kind of mantra bomb. Where, you know, you do this, and then maybe you can raise something interesting, maybe not. No particular purpose to doing that yet. Just kind of experimenting and testing things out. Also notice okay, so a lot of the doors are just all resets, right? It should be. And we can essentially just get rid of the muncher. Let's just check this side. Okay, so it prevents you from going back over easily. I mean, that's something that can be done with something like a bomb, though. You just drop into that and you're done. Okay. We're having quite so much systems failure here. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Yeah, almost certainly just mistranslation. Human in good knowledge. Yeah, these things frequently don't have Manarter as a bit of Basic infrastructure. Let's see. I'm stuck here all of a sudden again. Hoping not to. Like this thing can be lowered, maybe. Still residually thinking of the previous level. That's part of the issue here when trying to solve something comparatively new. Okay, so I don't know where this room is trying to get me at, but okay, we can reset back out of this. Lots of opportunities to do so. Oops. Okay. Okay, so what is this underneath? Looks like on-off some sort. Nope, that's yeah, let's do the complete-ish run. That feels like so far off in some ways. Yeah, so the thing I was going to do in the first place was lower that. Fun to visit, maybe not exactly where we should be decamping. But anyway, we do have the off switch. We are potentially able to bump this. Now, why would we want to do that? We're able to bump something through the bottom now, probably. But it would need to be on the same attempt that the springs went away. Yeah, I mean, we've got the P-switch on top of the central element here, which I'm trying to picture what that is, this little statue. We have the P door that is on the right, that is likely going to be the exit. And we might just have to slot more often. Oh, whoops, got peeled. Nope, hang on. Okay, got this taken from whichever belt this is. What is that? We can actually load up like that. I don't know why we would want to do so, but it works. Okay, that gives you a climb, but nothing else because it is reload. If the stump is down ahead of time, then... Here's the thing, is that if we have the muncher in that position, then we're able to go over without dropping the platform. Okay, I mean, we're able to go through now. Now what? That doesn't seem to accomplish very much. I mean, obviously we can open this up and then we can just put things on top. Oops. Nope, that's a miss. Whoops, hang on. Okay, we might have been a little bit unfocused on this. Doesn't actually look that hard. Yeah, it looks like it's key door that drops you in the main world. Yeah, we know how to raise this. In fact, that actually does seem like a pretty consistently good idea. Because then you can avoid lowering that. Knowing who I'm playing with might be helpful here. So we take the stump, then why would we? What's the objective here? Objective here should be to hit the P-switch, but then you basically need to do a helmet bump from below here, right? What do we tap the swords to lower them into position? This is promising, in fact. Because what we could do, kind of save this for when we actually need it. Because then you basically lose the helmet on this side. Grab a stump. Then yeah, because I'm looking at this thing in the middle and wondering, you know, if I'm racing it, use all 6 link abilities. A lot of ideas stacked together. Let's see what's through the boat. Probably the same thing then. Nope, full reset. Oops. That helmet. Okay, let's see here. You can drop that. You can do it as you wish. Okay, much too exhausted to actually solve anything today, I think. Let's... Okay, so I got... I mean, you know, it comes across over here. Okay. Oops. Yeah, because you're definitely able to just send a muncher to the right side if you want, but okay, we're still in the first room, right? So let's take a look at this again. Okay, so we can load that there. But why would we? Okay, well we can do that too. Just raise the sword, although that may not be the best idea later. Oops. Okay. I mean, we know what to do with that. Yeah, I mean, we can shoot that on the right, although it leads to some pretty significant implications. Yeah, it's a pretty decent angle. Okay, yikes. Yeah, I mean, we can get swords to appear on this side too. That's rather important. Well, oh yeah, that's just a full reset. Okay. At this point, we're just kind of fooling around. We need to figure out what the specific objective is. It's going to be hitting the current song and then plugging in here. But of course, we're not finding anything useful. Okay. Yeah, hard to see that this could have been anything else. The P... I mean, you are expecting a P switch just given what you're pressing in the center, but... you just kind of think about whether there's a way to raise the entire platform first. You... don't really have a place for this guy. Yes. Let's... anyway, let's see what's going on. I think I should still do that by bomb drop. Then we do need the helmet or what have you to bump. Oh yeah, of course you can't bounce off that, it just collects. Yeah, you only have so many opportunities with helmets, of course, but you do need it for the initial position. Yeah, I know that we can break everything here, but can we actually raise this? Okay. Well, we do have some context for that at least. The problem is where to proceed from here, because I can loosen up the bottom of this stack, but who's to tell if it will actually subside? Or just keep on trucking along, which is just as likely. Now, if you bring it over on this side, we do have a laid out for the time being. Yeah, there's actually so much going on with it. Oops. How is it we've been losing to everything today? Might be puzzle fatigue or might be something else. Because, yeah, we just need even a temporary... Oh, actually, no, I know how to do it. I know how to do it. We bump the muncher underneath the stack. I'm gonna get back up first and bomb this location. Okay, no. We know how to get the muncher into position using shield bump and helmet. We can do it pretty quickly, in fact. So instead of sending all the way up, yeah, because this will lower again, and then that's fine, because we'll have plenty of opportunity to raise it. So take the P up top. The problem is that you do need a second helmet. Okay, so we take this. Let's reload again, because then we have a second one. Clear the passage. And with a join like that, yeah, we can probably still tap it on this side here. Around. Oh, slight oversight here. We do need the on state. Okay. Let's see here. Hang on. Let's try to get in position here. Not quite. Nope, hang on. It's very personalized. We can just do this. We don't want to note it yet. Oh, yes, we do. Oh, a little bit of time. No, no, we should have centered it first. Okay, hang on. Gotta pay attention here. Let's see. Let's grab a second helmet just in case. Okay, that should do it. Okay. Okay, this is what I was going for all along. We finally have it. It took way too long. Okay, P-switch prevents me from entering through this door. And the animals were thinking. I mean, we're kind of going to be on either side of this. Everyone's got a way too lengthy in history. A city score and that score. I'm sure. Okay, things basically got reset. If it is a complete reset, then what do we do? Let's see, we just kind of ran out of steam, I think. Yeah, a lot of non-solutions today. Very unsuccessful stream. But oops. And potentially we're able to sneak through the bottom, but then let's redo this. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, whoops. What? Whoops. Also, first I had to check that nobody stepped on me. Let's downstairs. Okay. Well, I mean, living for the time being. Okay. Yeah, let's see here. Okay. We had it just now. Just fumbling around to reproduce it. Oops, no. Absolutely need a spare. Oops. Pretty happy with how it all went down, in fact. Oops, standing in the wrong place in the wrong time. As usual. Yeah, so we can drop that, we can figure this out. You know, when you... Oh no, we still need a helmet with the additional bumps, so never mind. Okay, so... take it up, going to get rid of this stump so we can actually go through. We lowered it, we raised a P. Yeah, because if we're at the off state at that point, we can't have hop in and hop out. We really do need to commit to decision pretty early, so. Okay. Whoop, nope. That's a problem. I kind of needed it as my ticket out. Hang on. Accessibility galore. Okay. Let's get some of this wardrobe advanced. Then the same idea as before. You bump. Okay. I have to get rid of the stump on the other side and then also come back. Nope, hang on. Careful here. Oh, yeah, this is a bit of a problem. We need it, once again, on a delay. Hang on. Takes too long. Let's try to do a clean solution here. I think the last two maps before this one really kind of wore me down. Kind of a vacuum that we're managing to squeeze this in at all. Yeah. Yeah, so we need to not actually tab this yet. Okay. Oh, no, we forgot the helmet. Look up it. Got the second helmet. It's been a little tricky to track everything here. This is all about decent logistics. Oh, hang on. Okay. Okay, probably dropping this next. I need a second helmet on, which we do have them there. Whoop. Nope, except we're off. Nope. Yeah, sometimes being thrown off a routine is enough to cause significant difficulties. Okay. Oh no, we need a helmet. Keep forgetting that. Need two helmets here. Okay, that's better. Well, it's already placed. Let's try again. Okay, so we can lower it again. The order does matter quite a bit. Anyway, this has been kind of an inordinately relaxed experience. We hit the stump, we come back up, we leave the on-off switch until such time as we can do a drop shot towards it or something. Or raise to P. I mean, we would need the on-off to be toggled in order to raise to P, so we'll definitely lower the platform. Whoops. Oh, whoops. Just tripped over this. Hang on. It's okay, we've got more Master Swords coming. We can grab some. Tripped right over it. And we lost the platform. Yeah, we need to jump on it on the way back and then not slip. Hang on. Execution mistakes galore. I think I've pretty much got it solved. We just need to actually wrap our way through it. Get as many helmets available as possible. Come on. There we go. And up. Over. Stab. Don't swap anything. Just yet. Lower this. Now, are we able to get back up here? Well, we hit the P switch. We get a P door. And we just don't need to. Oops, nope. Shield bumps are always such a pain. Massive potential for disaster every time. Yeah, definitely vines in that. Nope. And oh, look at that Nintendo. Welcome. Glad to see folks here. I hope you've been doing well. Over in your own maker stream. We've had a bit of a rough one over here. We've been doing puzzles and we solved a pretty big one early on, and then we failed miserably at another one after that. Oh, this is not what I wanted. Let's move this. No, hang on. Let's redo this. And yeah, welcome to Kendall Holiday and Lunatic Lurker. Hope you've all been well. Yeah, the execution on this one does take a while. Either that or I'm just doing things the hard way, which has often been the case. And yeah, once again, we'll bomb our way through this Fire Emblem after the fact. Let's... Kingdoms? Nope. Just... Not. Okay, we gotta be extra careful here. Here we go. Missing for ages. And, yeah, alright. What do we just drop shot it? Yeah, we can do it. Just reposition this. Oh, except we need to get down there because now I have a problem. You can't possibly explain how much pain you went through. Well, I guess that's a common experience here. To varying degrees. I should drop by and see what you were playing. Probably not play it, but it looks of how you described it. Okay, well, let's try to finally get this right. I've visualized the solution here for a long time, and we just haven't been able to set it up because every time something goes wrong. Okay, so we need to lower this, then we hit... From the other side is actually fine. But when we hit, we need a palpable hit. Okay, let's get in position first. My issue with this is that a lot of things are not very easily reversible. One of the directions. There we go. It's good. There's a bit of a natural problem here, which is that, once again, we have issues with the on-off switch. I should have run through, actually, and tapped this back to on. Bit of an oversight. Because now we have this problem. Yeah, I can't get out of here either and try to cheese it with a return pass through the door. Yeah, we need to make a minor adjustment to this. It'll ideally be small and quick. Oops. Hang on. Go. Actually, this is the wrong way. Yeah, we have an ordering issue here. Hang on. Gotta pay attention. Okay, let's grab this. We'll leave this at least twice. No, we made a mistake here again. Hang on. It's actually surprisingly difficult to keep just the order straight, even when you know the absolute cold. Okay. Let's try this again. Actually, kind of advantageous to have that. But anyway, we'll just for a moment. We gotta raise this thing. We've just completely lost track. Look at this. Oops. And of course we keep completely blowing it by taking damage. Because at some point we just need to run through the bottom. And yeah, we're missing the second helmet again. Hang on. So many little things that have to be done in order. Okay, let's try it again. Yeah, we're gonna run into issues again. Be careful. Come on. Go. Okay, we've got to lower this. Yeah, no, we made a complete mess out of this. The order's just completely wrong. Probably salvageable, but let's actually stick to the plan. Okay. Yeah, we do need to stop this. We forgot last time. To our great peril. Like I said, I've more or less seen the solution for a while. It's just a lot of steps. And the order is quite sensitive. Yeah. We'll drop that. then make sure I'm not missing anything too critical here. We have opened up everything over there, which means that we can now be somewhat free to send us through the middle first. Oh, well, come on. What incredibly sensitive elements. No, hang on. There's a lot of time to that. And thank you so much for the follow. Okay. Let's move this up. Saving a sword might not be a bad idea, except we don't want it to be stuck on this side if we need one on the other side, so let's just keep it for the moment. We'll hit the stump, we'll come back up. Come on. There we go. We go up and then we aim for the switch. We messed up again. Never got the helmet. The second helmet. We absolutely need it. Yeah, it's a complete reset, I think, every time, so really do have to pay close attention. Okay. And yeah, no, we need the second helmet again. Just a lot of little things. Okay. No. Because we won't be able to get back. Hey. Come on. There we go. Okay, we got 2 elements here. Surely we're not missing something this time. Okay, up and then drop. That's the way it worked before. Oh yeah, we do need to grab this. Over position ahead. Okay. Now we can toggle this once again. We really should have run through, though. Well, this is not helping. Interestingly enough. You can actually stack something here if you just push the P-switch up here instead. How did we spend this long on this? Okay. We'll push. Nope. The potential for execution-related messes in this stage is just off the charts. No, we lost one helmet. We do need an additional one. Oh, no, we... Hang on. I have to keep the order straight. I should just write it down until we... I mean, because I figured this out so long ago, it's just that we keep having execution issues with a solution, which is, of course, very typical. And, yeah, let's... over here. Well... Okay, let's reevaluate over here. We should be able to get that from this left side. 80 seconds. We can bump up here, but actually I think it makes more sense to... We'll hit that, and then... Well, we do need to bump this up either way, though, that's the thing. How do we toggle this back, then? Activate the P-switch ahead of time, and then go through the door, except you can't do that. Because the P-switch removes door access. So how do you do it? Like, you lose the helmet if you go off to the right, but you would still have the sword. You would press off, back to on. Yeah. Well. I don't love a lot about the introduction, aesthetically speaking. Yeah, we're going to get on there. We lower it. think it's more or less the same as before. Almost. Almost. Okay. Gonna hit the wall. How will we even do this? Like, because we know how to raise the P, but then after raising the P, we have nowhere to stand. Can't really raise the stump. Okay. The helmet. Yeah, you should be able to hit the switch, so that's fine, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. Okay, anyway, we have access to the P-switch. That doesn't get me anything, though, because it's going to expire before we can actually use it further. We still have the platform at this point. That would have been helpful, but... yeah, without that... Okay, let's see. Yeah, there's a problem. This deactivates. F is still up and running. What if we did that first? This would have been fixable. Very hard to tell. Oh, what else going on? Yeah, okay, so... there's something about the order that doesn't make sense here. And we'll need some kind of double activation or something where... Door order does have some issues. Let's see this picture first. I mean, you can shoot from back here. Might be helpful. And you still have this kind of hiking to deal with. How does one get up there? Yeah, because there's like basically one part of the sequence I just haven't quite managed to get to click into place. Everything else was fine. Everything else looks splendid. In fact. Rather stuck. I mean, the stub is gone. What is the point of opening that passage if it's just going to burn toward the wood? And we can jump there. Lower the platform. Which I think is still fine. Still don't mind that idea. It does give me a return trip. Yeah. Alright, up we go, come on. Unfortunately, it only works for one show. Okay, so lower this. Get it central. Yeah, we got a lot of potential for file format confusion here. Let's see what we can do. Get on the platform, get over. Okay, so I think one thing that can happen and I guess I haven't really been using that reset door that's right here, but in general, it may have not been a good idea anyway. And the problem is that after lowering this, I have no way to get back up. So how are we going to do this? Okay, so if we can actually raise this blaster column, well, not running into the same fate as everything last year not named Pokemon, and let's see. Ladder. Probably should do something to set up this Gaussmate. Problem is that you still can't really get out of there. We need to get away from it. Okay. Okay. Kind of lagging a bit in attention here, but that's been true for most of this stream, to be honest. It has not been a great session. Well, that's what derusting is like, I guess. So we can hit this, we can bring it over, but then how does anybody actually come over? Probably will need... I only need it twice. Oh, whoops, oh, just didn't even see that. Yeah, this is gonna be a timeout. Didn't realize it was starting all the way from the latest hop. Okay. There is something here. Slipped my attention. Some way to preserve parking for longer, but I think it would go with the 3-day route, like we did yesterday. It may actually work. Nope, I don't see backpack. Okay, I don't see Jab. Yeah, we have maybe one minor adjustment to make, but this has been strangely elaborate. Does make me wonder if I should check everything to see if it actually specifies very much. Let's anyway. We do need the equivalent. Really nice. Okay, so why don't we do this? Oh, no, can't. Yeah, but a new electric. Well... Okay, so you can stop at that. I mean, we can drop one set. Then we would still need to take some kind of step to come back out. But do we just switch to the off state? Why don't we just enter through the door? Like, why have we been dodging this the whole time? Because the other side doesn't open up. Yeah, I see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because we haven't actually used that one as a reset very often. Does solve a couple of problems. But not during the P-switch. However, the P-switch is on, you can potentially ride it through the blue platform. That might be interesting. Oh my goodness, let's... Yeah, let's try to break this open. We hit the P-switch, get to the door on the right side. Previously pretty fond of this idea, just move it up. So in this end, at least it stays. Nope, 1 second. No particular reason to keep that, I don't think. Let's, yeah, we gotta go around. But then we still have a problem. It's short on equipment a lot, and I think we don't have a good answer to that. Like, we're able to go back up this time. But only this time. Yeah, to think about this is that we Kellic and Eve lose at the same time, probably 2. Can't really do it in a quick succession like that, though. Yeah, there's no way you can jump out of it. Okay, we're clearly too tired to actually solve anything today. Let's we gotta wind down pretty soon, I think. We just spent way too much time with some of this stuff. I don't remember doing it this badly. This is definitely one of the least successful puzzle streams that we've had, but then things are very much out of practice. Wait. Yeah, but I've got a problem. So lower. I mean, these are all problems in their own way. Okay. And Redux, you're trying this one too, yeah. Yeah, there's one step somewhere that I'm missing. There's one step that I'm supposed to take to actually activate the P-switch, but still have the second message open. Bottom. It's really that bottom left block, the blue block that's standing there. That's been the one that's causing the most trouble. If it weren't for the blue block, we would have a much easier time. I'd only have one more timeout or so available. Oops. Yeah, sometimes all you need is just a fresh set of eyes on it. Okay. Jump up there. You want to hit the on off, go down. How does that even work? Like, I keep thinking that that's always going to be on, but you got almost everything except damage to enter the door. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Because then that means you're a little further ahead of me, I think. Because I have a bit of a problem with unloading platform too soon, I think. We need to send something additional there. Oh, well, we had some kind of equivalent on the right side. You can turn it on and off. There's probably something important to do before actually committing one way or another. Something really important that I've forgotten. Maybe unload something onto the little bridge track up above. Yeah, it doesn't give you quite enough height. Okay, so let's tap this. Then move you down. Move the P switch up. There was an interaction that you weren't aware. Yeah, I'm just trying to find out what that might be. Well, I mean, there are a few interactions here that we might have some issues with. In fact, just looking at this, if you step on the bridge, well, you've got this here. If I set up 2 switch activations, maybe that'll work better. But you definitely need to get the Muncher to push the P first, and then I need some kind of second switch activation beyond that. That's the issue that I'm running with at the moment. And if you're going to rejoin that, well, then we'll see. Jump up, and come around, and then bump that up, which we've hardly ever done successfully. Okay, that goes down. So yeah, you can push that over, but then the problem ensues. I mean, what happens if we launch it, wrap our way back around, perhaps? It's kind of tricky, though. Because there's just nothing that's destructible here. We push it up, then what? Then... Okay, what do we take damage going to the right? Then... I mean, fundamentally, we still need to raise this thing, and this block is just a supremely annoying block. It just does not cooperate. Does not cooperate at all. It really blocks off everything else, too. It's okay. I don't know how I'm going to get it to catch up properly. me just see here. And can you help? Well, let's see here. There's something I'm missing. Because there's like one jump in there that's not available when I'm trying to get around. But yeah, like they don't give me any specific solutions. But anything kind of general or vague might be okay. I usually don't have trouble with these, but it's been so long. Very, very rusty. Okay, I'll just have to come back to it a different day. Had an unusual amount of trouble today, in fact. Oh no. Yeah, there's gotta be a better way to do it. I wonder if you can actually just tap through. No, you can't. It's not. There's a way to throw that muncher up without having to jump. Nope, that's not it. Yeah, I see what you mean. And that would be a bit of a sticking point for me because the issue is that once I saw this activate, I was locked in. Without having to jump, though. No, that's a jump. Kind of losing quite a bit of steam here. Yeah, I think we're pretty much starting the flag, but let's see. So much time staring at puzzles today and so few actually solved. Kind of rough, but necessarily humbling. Nope. There's have so many momentum issues with the helmet. And I'm down by the helmet anyway. Let's try it again. Need as many of those as we can. Yeah, having no refresh points for code is not a bad idea, but Yeah, you activate the on-off, and then you're kind of trapped on the left side. Yeah, I don't really see the order here because you do this. And this. Use all Link's abilities. Yeah, that's true. One that I haven't used is Pegasus Dash. Not sure yet how that'll come in handy though. So we got sword, shield, arrows. Found with the ground dash rather. You hit this. Then you go up, and then you grab a sword. Bump everything up, and then you can hit it. Yeah. Still a pretty fundamental problem with the show, though. Like you can, drop off a bomb here or something, and yeah, after this timeout, I think I would call it for today. We'll try to continue it so we can actually wrap it up for Here's to the Kingdom, but we do have a fair bit to get through. This level in particular can be very prone to human error. I originally didn't take too long with it. Back when I finished the main game. How is this going to work? I've had a lot of trouble visualizing it. You have an idea of how to solve the door entry? Yeah. That usually happens, that I describe the correct solution long before I actually try it. Someone told me I did that with one of the earlier levels too, that I didn't make it through. Oh yeah, no, you still have to pay. Nope, and then, of course, that's a disaster because... Nope, hey, how did I miss? Okay, I think we've got to call it. This has been too long a stream. And it has been an unusually bad one, as far as solving puzzles go. We have to go back to it. And yeah, we have a couple to get through, in fact. I guess I'm a little bit behind. Antique hunted an overgrown hut. Will house more mole problems. Yeah, we'll have to do those at some point. 65 clear so far. Oh, hopefully I don't spoil myself in this one. Reinventing the old Link stairway puzzle. Yeah, I knew something looked familiar about it, but it is something quite new. Should have actually counted Link abilities here, too. Let's see if we could apply it here. So, yeah, we didn't do too well. But I do have to log off. And, yeah, Redox, good luck with finishing that one up as well. If you just have a step left, then you'll probably get it ahead of me. And we'll see if we have time to continue that one if we manage to do another additional backlog stream between now and Zelda. But yeah, today, wow, it was rough. Been so long staring at puzzle rooms and with so little success. I don't remember puzzles being that hard in this game. But of course, it varies quite a bit by maker, so let's send you folks on to somebody else very soon. In the meantime, thanks for watching. We'll be cramming more Mario Maker in the next few days if I can, and then on the Friday night, Saturday morning stream, hopefully that is when we will begin with Zelda. That's going to be the main thing for a while, but we'll intersperse as much Maker as we can in the meantime. So, send you on to somebody else, and until next time, have a wonderful day ahead of you. Happy solving and playing and making and everything else. Probably no viewer levels this week because I'll be busy with Zelda, but we'll try to bring it back next week. And until then, fare thee well.